I call this meeting in the Hurst-Euless-Bedford Independent School District to order, that the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that the meeting has been duly called, and the notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance of Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. Good evening to everybody, and we are going to start our meeting by going into closed session to consult with our board attorney.
You did not tell me I was going to executive session first. I could turn this off for a second then. What's your position? Oh, here I'm Jay with Channel 11. I would tell them that you guys, here's the thing. Let's forget this meeting. What if this is a meeting that city council really needs to get out there? We need to be, as media, we want to be able to hear each person talk. So what they call it is called a mohawk. So like when you push your button to talk, it shuts off everybody else. And that way I can record each person saying it clearly. You know, meetings like that. I'm sure you guys might know about it, but I would mention it too, because what happens then is sometimes if it's a real important meeting, we'll have a reporter, and every time somebody's talk, we'll have to move the microphone around. Which is, you don't want us doing that because it seems like we're disrupting the meeting. Just ideas, you know. But here's the good thing is, we always make it work. So we'll figure it out, you know. But this is the main thing, because people are going to make comments tonight. So this is a hot topic through every school district, you know. So it's very sensitive, and to me, it's just, I don't know. Personally, I don't think neither side is wrong, but one of the sides needs to make a compromise here, because you're talking about kids. That's all I'm gonna say, you know. So, but I've got a 7-year-old and a 16-year-old who's dealing with it also. But I'm Cedar Hill. We're in Cedar Hill, so yeah. I am, yeah. But you know, I've been all around this. I've been at Channel 11 21 years, so yeah. So, but this is my first time in here. You guys don't get in any trouble, which is good. So that's good. You know, if I've been in your building a lot, that means you got a lot going on. You know, but that's my email. If you got anything you want to get out or anything you want us to know, you got my email. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
You're in a good spot here. Not tweeted at you.
real basic animals kind of thing. Real basic. So we kind of actually did that with classical food.
So that's another reason.
Yes. It's interesting to feel the changes that are already happening around us. And I keep telling people, we'll talk more later maybe, but I'm always open to advice and tips. So for sure. We'll power through for a day or two and then it'll be like, okay. We don't know. For sure. I'll probably have to send some and get Abby or someone to hang them on my door. So. Okay.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Yes.
Okay, the board is returning to open session, and we're going to start with a legal update on Governor Abbott's legal executive order by our board attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. Board members, it's a pleasure to come before you tonight. Let me remove this while I speak. I think that will help. It's a pleasure to come before you tonight to talk to you about the current status of litigation. As you're aware from news reports, there is a great deal of litigation that is going on throughout the state. We are in the very, very early stages of all of that litigation. So we are at the temporary restraining order and temporary injunction phases of that litigation. We have not gotten to trial on the merits on any of the cases. So just real briefly, I want to go over with you some of the cases that are going on right now related to mask litigation. The first one is Abbott versus the City of San Antonio and the County of Bexar. And in that situation, Governor Abbott sued the city and the county because of a mask mandate in Bexar County. The temporary restraining order was initially put against the governor. It was upheld on the Court of Appeals. The Texas Supreme Court enjoined enforcement of that temporary restraining order and went back to the trial court to have the temporary injunction hearing. That was held. Again, they enjoined the governor's order. It was appealed to the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals upheld it, and then it went to the Texas Supreme Court on August 26th. The Texas Supreme Court granted the governor's motion for temporary relief, and they stated that the trial court and the Court of Appeals, by granting the temporary restraining order and the temporary injunction, altered the status quo. They said that the status quo is that the governor has oversight of decisions related to masks at both the state and local levels during a disaster. And I want to read you this one quote from the Supreme Court order. This case and others like it are not about whether people should wear masks or whether the government should make them do it. Rather, these cases ask courts to determine which government officials have the legal authority to decide what the government's position on such questions will be. The status quo for many months has been gubernatorial oversight of such decisions at both the state and local levels. That status quo should remain in place while the Court of Appeals and potentially this court examine the parties' merits arguments to determine whether plaintiffs have demonstrated a probable right to the relief sought. We expect the Texas Supreme Court to act similarly in the other cases that I'm going to talk to you about, but none of the others have reached the Texas Supreme Court at this time. The Koch versus Jenkins case in Dallas County is currently at a state where a temporary injunction has restrained the governor from enforcing the mask mandate to the extent it prohibits that Dallas County judge from acting, exercising his authority and declaring a disaster, requiring people to wear masks and mandating masks. That has not yet been appealed to the Court of Appeals, and so has not yet been appealed to the Texas Supreme Court, but we would anticipate that occurring within the next week. Trial on the merits on that case is set for January 10th. When we get to trial on the merits, then the issue is going to be whether the governor, under his authority to mitigate the effect of a disaster on the people in the state, whether prohibiting mask mandates actually complies with his authority. But we won't get to that issue until we have the trial on the merits. In Fort Worth ISD, we have the Trieger versus Scribner case, and in that case, the school district imposed a mask mandate. Some parents sued, obtained a temporary restraining order preventing Superintendent Scribner from enforcing a mask mandate. That temporary injunction hearing went on this week. It has not finished. It has been reset to September 3rd. And so at that time, we will hear from that judge on that case. At this point, Fort Worth ISD is enjoined from imposing a mask mandate, but the board voted, I believe, last night that they will impose a mask mandate when they are able to do so, legally able to do so. That case only applies to Fort Worth ISD. The La Jolla ISD versus Abbott case is one in which a large number of, mostly large, not all, school districts sued the governor related to the mask mandate. We also have parents of medically fragile children who have intervened in that case. The judge granted the temporary restraining order. The temporary injunction hearing was set for this week, and that has not yet concluded. So we do not have a temporary injunction on that case at this point. That case, the temporary restraining order, did enjoin the governor from enforcing his mask mandate as to all public schools. So that one did have an impact on you. Southern Center for Child Advocacy versus Abbott is also in State District Court in Travis County, and it sued on behalf of medically fragile children. In that temporary restraining order, the governor was restrained from enforcing the provisions of GA 38 regarding face coverings against Texas independent school districts. So it too had a statewide impact as it relates to school districts. That one also was set for a temporary injunction hearing for this week. That one also has not concluded as of this point. E.T. versus Abbott and Morath is a lawsuit brought by the parents of medically fragile children in federal court, not state court, in Austin. And in that case, they are alleging that the mask mandate violates the Americans with Disabilities Act and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. Although they asked for a temporary restraining order and a temporary injunction, the court instead set it for a bench trial, and that bench trial will be held starting on October 6th. The only other situation I'll bring to your attention is the Paris ISD situation. Paris ISD has not been sued at this point, to my knowledge. The school board, rather than imposing a mask mandate, changed their dress code to include masks. The governor, the attorney general has listed that school district on its list of non-compliant school districts and said that it sent them a warning letter, but I am not aware of any lawsuit in that matter. The U.S. Department of Education has notified the Texas governor of its concerns. It says it stands with the school districts who oppose the mask mandate and has let the governor's office know that it may start some investigations and may withhold federal funds, and that the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights may conduct some investigations related to the governor's actions. So that gives you a very quick update on the legal issues as they stand right now today, this morning, when I got this done, recognizing that things can change this evening, they can change over the weekend, they can change at any time. But that is the current status.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
Thank you.
All right, we are ready for our open forum. We want to welcome everyone to this afternoon's called meeting. I know emotions are running high on both sides of the mask issue, and I assure you that we can proceed with in order to ensure that we can proceed with an open forum, I'm requesting your assistance in maintaining a spirit of professional decorum. The board will not tolerate any disruption of this meeting, including booing, cheering, clapping, etc. Each person who addresses the board this afternoon should be afforded professional courtesy and be heard without interruption. If you cannot comply with these requests, you'll be asked to leave the meeting by our police officer. Again, this board is committed to hearing each person's input and will take the information into consideration when rendering our decision this afternoon. Thank you. Did you bring the cards? Okay, our first speaker this evening is Emma Promabia. Just come up here to the podium, and a reminder that you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and when you start speaking, it'll come up on the screen up above you.
Thank you so much. My name is Emma Brambilla. I'm here with Julia and Ethan. I'm a senior at Trinity High School. I'm here to speak on the subject of exemptions as they relate to the current masking situation in middle and high schools. Masking is a good idea. The CDC, countless studies, and common sense have been telling us this since the beginning. However, you cannot promise us that you will or even can mandate mask wearing in schools. Therefore, I'd like to ask the school board to do something else to protect your students. One of the ways this district provided relief to its students last year was by removing the exemption system and making all finals no risk. This allowed students to take time to quarantine safely and recover from the virus without pressure or guilt. Unfortunately, the fact of the matter is that the pandemic has not gotten any better since last school year. It's only gotten worse. The CDC states that the Delta virus is more than twice as virulent, and cases, hospitalizations, and deaths have increased up to 300% when compared with the original SARS strain. On top of all that, all middle school and high school students have no choice but to attend school in person. Whether or not they wear masks, logic will tell us that having that many students in classrooms, gyms, and cafeterias and forcing them to be there even when they're sick is irresponsible and dangerous. Remember also that the asymptomatic, vaccinated, and masked can still spread the virus, and they are far less likely to quarantine if punished for staying home when they know they've been exposed. An imperative first step in protecting this community moving forward is to reintroduce no-risk finals and to avoid punishing students for staying home when they're sick. HEB administrators, teachers, and students who are required to be in school are more likely to contract the virus and much more likely to spread the virus to parents who should be working, grandparents who are vulnerable, younger siblings who we're currently trying to protect with our online options, and their peers who will simply repeat the process. Furthermore, if the board is concerned about the $49 per head of each student, the continued use of a punishing exemption policy will take more and more of those students out of chairs and put them into hospital beds. Finally, I would like to gently remind the board that the choices you make now directly affect the generation of over 1,000 voters who will determine the outcome of your next elections. I know that you will make the right choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Brody Mulligan. Next speaker is Brody Mulligan.
Just see their face with that one. Or does it not?
Might slide down a little.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Chapman, and honorable members of the board for the opportunity to speak before you today. I speak before you not only as the uncle of a niece and two nephews in HEBISD, but also on behalf of our allied health professionals, which include my mother, Mrs. Ann Miller, who asked me to speak on her behalf today, who is immunocompromised and has immunocompromised family members, and as an active member of the Tarrant County Medical Reserve Corps, with whom I have served for over a decade and continue to do so. As of this past Wednesday, the DFW Hospital Council announced that there were no staffed available pediatric intensive care unit beds in the whole of North Texas. In their modeling forecast, UT Southwestern epidemiologists at their most recent prediction projected, quote, the current pace of hospitalization growth could push Dallas and Tarrant County above January surge levels. Weekly admissions among younger age groups have already exceeded their January peaks. This is the highest surge among young people since the start of the pandemic. The rate of transmission of the Delta variant is dominant in its presence and dramatic in its increase. At the current rate, hospitalizations among all unvaccinated individuals, which include every child under age 12 in our schools, will far exceed previous levels as we enter the fall. UT Southwestern doctors also go on to state that a simple, inexpensive solution and powerful tool, a mask covering, can help mitigate the spread and buy us much needed time and effort for the entire medical system and for all of our students. We are at a consequential point in time. If we do not deliver reasonable action to mitigate this spread, as we saw only yesterday, on short notice, all of Meadow Creek Elementary School's third grade class was forced to go remote. giving parents short to little notice, scrambling and scared. And they are right to be scared. Cook Children's medical director stated that it's important for parents to know that the Delta variant seems to be affecting students more rapidly, more frequently, and possibly more severely than past strains. Quote, "We are in desperate need of help from the public. Please wear your mask, have your children wear theirs, and encourage your children's school boards to require masking, not only to prevent the spread of COVID, but also RSV. We all seek a common goal. We want to keep our students in school. We want to be able to make sure that they're able to learn. I'm asking you today, on behalf of our healthcare professionals, our students, teachers, parents, and staff, to consider all reasonable options to provide for masking into the fall. And I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ryan Wacker.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Wacker. I have 2 kids at Meadow Creek Elementary, one in 3rd grade, one in kindergarten. Last year, whenever it was time for us to make a decision whether we were going to send our daughter to go learn online or in person, we had to make a difficult decision to make. You know, on one hand, we want our kids to learn in school face-to-face with their teachers. On the other hand, we wanted to keep them safe, so we kept our daughter at home because my wife and I had the opportunity to do so. I've always worked from home. My wife owns a business. She's worked from home as well. We did that because even though we wanted our kids to be in school, we were able to make that decision to keep them home and reduce the population of other kids at school to make sure that other people who who couldn't make that decision were keeping their kids as safe as possible too. Right now, we know children under 12 years old are not able to be vaccinated. Their entire arsenal in fighting the spread of COVID is by wearing a mask, especially important when asymptomatic students are pretty difficult to identify until they wind up passing it on to other potentially kids or other immunocompromised people in their lives. Given the recent vote not to proceed with an online option, I want to stress that it's with this sense of community that my wife and I made the decision last year that we would urge the HEBISD school board to implement a mask mandate until vaccines are approved for students of all ages. We've seen the cases continuously tick upwards in the wrong direction, not only here at HEBISD, but across the Metroplex. We've been at near or at capacity for pediatric ICU beds in Tarrant County for weeks. I have a feeling Greg Abbott's sending mixed signals by indicating that he's against mask mandates, but at the same time is bringing more healthcare workers into the state to deal with the rising cases that we have here in our hospitals. I don't want this to become more contentious. I know it will be, but our kids aren't political pawns, and I would really urge for you guys to please implement some sort of a mask mandate, especially for the kids in our school district that can't be vaccinated. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sonia Dursko.
Hi, my name is Sonia Durso, and I'm coming to you as a graduate of HEB ISD schools myself, all the way through elementary through high school. And I'm also the mom of twins that are currently enrolled in HEB ISD school in 6th grade, and one of them is in the Spanish immersion program. This week, Attorney General Ken Paxton announced that the Supreme Court of Texas ruled and upheld Governor Abbott's executive order that states there should be no more mask mandate in the schools. I'm concerned that we are continuing to have board meetings on the subject to try to force masks on our students, especially in elementary, when the state has given the parent the right to choose on this matter. If you want your student to wear a mask, then you have the choice to send them to school with a mask on. If you believe that mask protects your child, then whether my child is wearing a mask or not should not concern you. At the last board meeting, temporary virtual school was discussed and not voted on because less than 1% of the students in kinder through 6th grade actually registered to participate in that virtual option. Also at that meeting, data was given for the positive COVID cases, and that amounted to 0.6% of HEB ISD. So if we are discussing implementing a mask mandate that goes against the governor's executive order and the Texas Supreme Court, and it's only 0.6%, then at what percentage do we have to get to in order to remove the mask again? What is the level of comfort, and what data will you use to make these decisions? Do you expect 0 cases or maybe 10 cases? That seems unattainable to me. I don't see this coronavirus going away, just like flu and strep. The option to wear a mask at school should remain the parent's decision. The emotional health of our children matter. Suicide can't be reversed. Anxiety and depression are elevated since the mask mandate for last year. I know I saw a difference in my own children, and their mental state took a beating last year when there were forced masks. The Return to Learn plan was voted and emailed to parents in May with addendums in July and August stating there would be no virtual option. We've had summer school and convocation with masks being optional, and there were no issues. There's still a 99.9% survival rate in children from this COVID virus. So this school year needs to remain as normal as possible while still taking proper precautions like hand washing and extra cleaning of the shared surfaces. The children do not need a mask mandate. I appeal to you to let that still be the parent's choice. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Miller.
Good evening. I'll be brief. I'd also like to point out I'm here with my dad hat on only. I'm the father of a senior at Bell, an 8th grader at Central, and a kid in Fosse in 6th grade at River Trails. I have a hard time keeping these names in my mind. I know their names, just not the school's names. I know, that was funny. I do not support a mask mandate for the following reasons. Our students have endured over a year of education with encumbered teachers overburdened with policing masking, trying to overhear through masks. They were also overburdened with split classes of virtual and in-person students. I applaud the, I'm sorry here. I applaud the, I just didn't write that very well. In spite of the district's efforts, these circumstances led to failure in the standards that we're used to in the quality of our education. I saw that in all 3 of my kids. Particularly challenged was my child in Fosse, who is particularly personable, and to deal all day with masked teachers, which I support their right to be masked, affected her ability to function in a healthy way in the classroom. Secondly, our hospitals are seeing an enormous amount of students, an enormous amount of kids in the Cook's ICU and others. Those kids are there from RSV. And these masks, I do not believe that stop RSV. I believe that the kids have been masked and isolated, and that's allowed RSV to go dormant and now strengthen and put these kids in the ICU, and it's not the COVID that's doing that. Thirdly, masks are detrimental to our students' development, both their social, their emotional, mental development. It's hard for me to be convinced that developing minds live healthily when they're covered up with a mask, when their mouths and nose are covered with a mask for 8 hours a day, breathing their own CO2. It's hard enough for me at 49. The school's job is to educate our kids. As parents, we're to determine how best to keep them safe and healthy. For parents that are uncomfortable with their kids in a public school setting without a mask mandate or just around people, there are public virtual school options where the kids can be educated at home and receive a high-quality education. I have a student that took that option for a year, and it wasn't a bad option. So I would implore you to focus on educating our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kyle Coburn. Yes, sir.
Okey-doke. I'm Kyle Coburn. I teach here. I see these kids every day, and I am begging you, do not tear apart what these kids have rebuilt. You guys already know my family story, and I really don't feel like telling it again. So I just want you to know this. I will always stand up here and advocate for the least of us, and I will always support the most vulnerable of our students, because right now, I'm not sure all of you do. 3 suicides, 1 OD, 0 COVID deaths in 2021. There really is no solution to this problem that everybody's going to be satisfied with, but in this particular case, the one that you have already come up with is the only one that gives every parent and every student in this district an option. In our current plan, for those parents that are afraid of COVID being spread in the classroom, you do have options. Your child can wear a mask if they want. They can wear 2 masks. They can wear 3 if they want to. They can put a divider up in their desk. If that's not enough, you have a homeschool option, and you have a program set up by the state that's free for virtual learning. Current parents and kids that don't want to wear a mask, they have options too. They don't have to wear a mask right now, and guess what? Right now, they can still be a kid again. For the most vulnerable right now, to get to stay in, for the most vulnerable right now, they get to stay in the only social safety net and the only social sanctuary they know, with their friends at their school. As for mask mandates, besides the fact that the CDC's own study of 169 elementary schools in Georgia concluded that mask mandates for children do not work, a mask mandate at HEB leaves our vulnerable students without a viable option. They struggled horribly in masked environments last year. They can't homeschool. They can't do private school. Both of those options would rip them out of the only social environment they know, creating more isolation and more despair. Mask mandates do not protect everyone. The same study that said mask mandates don't work did, however, say that part of the problem might be the masks that they're wearing and how they wear them, the majority of which will never work. According to them, cloth masks, the ear loop masks that we hand out every day, only work partially. But here's an idea. Instead of wasting millions of dollars on a virtual program for only 600 of our 22,000 students that we know doesn't, and won't work, how about we keep our current plan and we spend a fraction of that money on better masks for those students that want to wear one? The N95 and the KN95 masks are the only masks that have shown any kind of efficacy. And for about half the money you were willing to spend on a virtual program, you can literally hand out 10,000 of those a day for the rest of the year. Keep the current plan, provide the best protection you possibly can for parents and kids who want masks. Let the kids that don't be a kid again. And for the most vulnerable, make sure they know they still have a home right here in HEB. And finally, there's a right way to do this, and there's a wrong way to do this. There are legal avenues to challenge the governor's executive order if you want to do that. But if the precedent that this administration and this board is going to set tonight is that it's acceptable to defy the governor's orders because you disagree with it or don't like it, then I would expect you to understand and accept when students and teachers defy you because they don't agree with yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Brittany Rugberg.
Hello, how are you? My name is Brittany Ruggerberg. I have a kindergartner and a 2nd grader in SI here at HEB. I'm a full-time emergency medicine physician assistant. I have been doing that for 10 years. That is my career. That's my profession. I have only worked in underserved populations, and for the past 4 years, I've worked in the emergency department at Parkland. I have been there for the duration of the COVID pandemic. If brevity is the soul of wit, I have much to learn. I have 3 minutes to talk to you about the past 18 months of my life. I've witnessed the wrath that COVID has taken firsthand on our minority populations. Parkland obviously serves a very indigent population, high Hispanic population, and a high African American population. These the Hispanic population is 3 times more likely to be admitted to the hospital for COVID, twice as likely to die. African Americans are also 3 times as likely to be admitted to the hospital with COVID and 2 times as likely to die versus their white counterparts. And I see a lot of parents that are here tonight really advocating for their kids, and I think that that's amazing, but I want very strongly for the record to state that I am not here for my kids. I am here for the 50% of the minority children that make up HEBISD. I'm not speaking on their behalf. I have not been asked to do that, but I am speaking with their best interests at heart. These are the families of I take care of their families. I don't take care of them. I don't work at a children's hospital, but I take care of their families. They come from families that are largely non-English speaking. They work late shifts, so they may not be here today. They have transportation issues. They have fear of medical providers. These are the kids that are our most vulnerable. in our population. We would be remiss to have any sort of discussion about COVID today and the disproportionate effect it has taken on this community when half of our student body identifies as Hispanic and African American. Masks will protect our kids. They will, and they will protect their families as well. HEBISD wears the badge of being the most diverse school district in the state of Texas. They wear that with honor, as a badge of honor. And I'm calling on you to take care of the children that you say you love so dearly. We have had parents of kids in this district die from COVID. And mark my words, there will be more in the next coming months. Where is the mental health in discussing a child that has lost a parent at a young age? The kids may not be dying. You are correct. They might not be dying. Awesome. Great. The kids aren't dying, but they're taking it home to their families who are largely underserved, and their parents are dying. We have a lot of multi-generational households in this district as well. There were obvious, huge legislative barriers in preventing all of y'all from having any sort of standard precautions at the beginning of the school year. I don't fault us for not having anything at the beginning of the school year. It just was not feasible.
We appreciate your comments.
This is my Academy Award speech. This is the first time I've spoken publicly about COVID.
Ma'am, we're past the time, so we gotta carry on. But we appreciate your time.
I will yield my time. Let her speak.
It's okay. No, it's okay. They work, and we're still breathing.
Next speaker is Cole Ramirez. See, is Cole Ramirez here? It's a reminder that there's a 3-minute time limit, and the time will be up on the screen.
Since I'm following that, I'd just like to point out that my kids are Mexican, and I still feel the way I do. My name is Cole Ramirez. I have 6 kids, 2 of whom attend Bedford Heights Elementary. Thank you for allowing us parents the platform to advocate for our kids. Like probably everyone else in this room, I have read more articles on COVID in the last year and a half than I can count. I've looked at the data on a near daily basis. I've read the interpretation of that data from a variety of experts. I've thought about the issue extensively for myself, and I've even had COVID. And after all that, I've come to the conclusion that we are never going to agree on the dangers of COVID because we all assess risks differently, and because we all have a variety of factors that determine our best course of action. Not sending children to school in a mask may increase their risk of contracting COVID, but extended mask wearing may carry with it risks of childhood anxiety, fear, depression, educational setbacks, or even physical harm. Both options have some level of risks associated with them, and we each measure and weigh these risks differently. The issue here is not about who is right, who is correctly measuring the risks of wearing or not wearing a mask. The issue is whether or not a school board should have the right to look a mother in the eye and say, when it comes to your child's health, actually, we know better than you. The fact is that you, the school board, cannot understand nor properly evaluate the complexity of factors that make up the best decision for each individual family. And I think we should all be wary of allowing any public entity to do so. This sets a precedent of control that should make us hesitate. Maintaining the Return to Learn plan as it stands offers parents on both sides the dignity of deciding for themselves. I ask that the school board respect the rights and responsibilities of parents to assess our own children's risks, evaluate our own trade-offs, and make informed health decisions. In the case that the decision is made to defy the governor's executive order and put a mask mandate in place, I ask that the board consider an opt-out clause, as is currently the case for required school immunizations. Each of us here is a loving, invested, informed parent. Please trust in our ability to act in our own children's best interest and keep masks optional. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Craig Bearden.
Hi, I'm Craig Bearden. I'm a resident of Bedford and Tarrant County taxpayer. I vote. I believe in our constitutional freedoms and our God-given rights. I believe that the human body's natural immune system is the best protection that a body can have. I identify as healthy and immune, and that's not to say that I won't get sick tomorrow, but I prefer to live freely and to live life to the fullest and not to fall victim to the panic porn that we've been exposed to for the last 20 months. I haven't worn a mask since April of 2020, and I haven't been sick. I want to share with you my experience on masks. I'm a knife maker, and if you don't know, a knife maker is a lot like a sculptor. A sculptor starts with a piece of stone and chips away everything that's not part of the statue that he's building. Well, a knife maker starts with a bar of steel, and he grinds away everything that's not a knife. And in doing that, it generates a lot of steel dust. And if you don't wear protective breathing equipment, you breathe that in. And I've wore cloth masks, paper masks, such as you're wearing tonight, and I can tell you they don't work. When I blow my nose into the tissue, it's just got black steel dust in it. I do wear protective equipment to protect my lungs. Steel dust is thousands of times larger than virus particles, so I know that the viruses will go through the paper and the cloth. The boxes that the paper masks come in have warnings on them. The warnings are, these masks are not intended for use in clinical or medical settings where the risk of infection through inhalation exposure is high. These masks do not eliminate the risk of contracting any disease or infection, and nor do they reduce the risk of illness or death. The product has not been FDA approved or cleared. So what do I do to protect myself? I use a respirator. This is what I use to protect myself, and it works quite well. If you truly believe that your children might become infected with COVID because another child at school didn't wear their mask, if you truly believe that your children will not survive a case of COVID, if you truly believe that your child might infect you at home because another child at school didn't wear a mask, then I suggest that you purchase a proper mask for you and your family members to wear 24 hours a day. That is, if you truly believe that masking our children at school is absolutely necessary. This is what I feel confident wearing to protect myself from harmful steel dust. Maybe you should consider one for you and your family if you truly believe that masking is necessary for your survival. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Melissa Trujillo.
All right. My name is Melissa Trujillo. I'm a registered nurse. I've been practicing in the hospital for the last 15 years. I currently have had to take on COVID patients, which is not generally my role. However, we all have learning curves, and apparently that's mine now. So I wanted to go ahead and address some common misconceptions about mask wearing. I also want to say for the record, I do understand the emotional upheaval of children. My own children personally have had some issues dealing with COVID. But I also need to understand that there's a separation between it. It is not just wearing a mask that causes anxiety. Parental upheaval, changes in their daily environment, there are many factors to consider. So today I want to show you some diagrams.
This is what it looks like when you cough and when you sneeze. You aerosolize droplets. You have large droplets. You have small droplets, okay? This also happens when you speak, sing, laugh, do heavy exercise. This is what happens, okay? These are not COVID photos. These are photos that have been around forever. Everyone in medicine knows this, okay? So the purpose of wearing a mask is not to protect you from getting it. I know that seems really confusing, but when you talk, cough, oh no, bummer, and it broke. You can see the one little droplets here, okay? When you talk and cough, oh, you brought some, thank you. So when you talk and cough, you may not be able to see the microscopic particles that come out of your nose and mouth, but they are there, okay? It doesn't really matter what kind of mask you wear. The mask works to protect the people around you. We don't want your droplets in our mouth and our nose. These are the ones that were issued by HEB last year. Single ply, nothing special. Okay? Masks, when you have droplets continually forced upon your face from other people not wearing a mask, your mask does not work very well. That's the point of universal masking. The more people you have in a room that are wearing a mask, your likely transmission is very, very low. I ask that you please follow the CDC's guidance. That's what they're here for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jacob Brambilla. Jacob Brambilla.
Thank you for having me. The three major decisions that confront you are masks effective? Oh, I'm in 9th grade, by the way. I live around here. Are masks effective? Are mask mandates effective? And do they do more harm than good? Are you within your purview as a school board to defy the governor's executive order? Are masks effective? Well, the wonderful lady before me, I believe, answered that fully and effectively, as the data established is well documented for you and anyone else to verify. Are mask mandates effective? Well, we know from our prior examples found in past history that masking, as well as social distancing and hygiene, have been effective since the Dark Ages to help mitigate or slow the spread of contagions, helping keep individuals healthy for longer, avoiding mass death in short time frames, helping keep businesses and commerce open, helping protect economies and societies from collapse, and ultimately protecting populations from exasperating collateral human suffering and death. So, if it has worked before, then mandating for wider and faster compliance would only increase the efficacy of mitigation efforts to slow the transmission rate of contagions. So, mask mandates would, by keeping more individuals healthy for longer and by slowing the rate of transmission, in effect, keep our schools open, keep our businesses open, help protect our economy, and mitigate unnecessary human suffering and death. In effect, buying us more time to develop a vaccine and inoculate people, like many of you have inoculated yourselves. Do mask mandates do more harm than good? Well, ask yourselves, why do we already have successful mandates on the books if they don't work? Precedent for this can help guide you. Do we not have seatbelt mandates, speed limit mandates? As a school board, do you not already have immunization mandates? Do you not equally take extensive proactive measures on issues like peanut and latex allergies? You even go so far as to mandate active shooter drills, which I agree with. I agree with all of those things. I think all of those things are common sense. Surely, we can all acknowledge that a pandemic is much more of a direct and immediate threat to us, our children, and our American way of life, than the threat of peanuts or latex or who is wearing a seatbelt or not. More Americans have died from COVID-19 in the last 18 months than died in the First and Second World War combined. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kevin Methner.
Hello once again. I'm going to address, are you within your purview as a school board to defy the governor's executive order? The idea, if the entity giving a directive is superior to those following it, somehow guarantees immunity from accountability or prosecution is not well founded in prior legal precedent. For example, if a general orders a soldier to take action that is unlawful or immoral, the soldier is duty-bound to not follow that order. The notion of implied immunity because you were ordered to commit an atrocity has not been accepted in the world court, our own courts, better yet, the court of public opinion. You are well within your purview as trustees, charged with the incredible responsibility for the health and safety of our children above all else. You are duty-bound, not by simple constructs of local jurisdictions, but by a higher moral law. What we like to call God's natural law, moral law. What you know in your heart of hearts to be true. For example, if it became the law of the land tomorrow that the governor could come and abuse our children whenever and however he liked, would you stand idly by and allow that to happen? Would your silence then be the condonement of those actions, making you an accomplice, an enabler of injustice and atrocities? Each of you must ask yourselves, what do you wish your legacy to be? And to clarify, our legacy is simply where the individual meets the moment, and either you do the right thing or not, and then that's how history records your legacy for future generations to study the how and the why aspects of your actions or lack of actions. We encourage you to look inward with your heart and find the fortitude of character to do the right thing and reject this governor's abuse of power and willful endangerment of our children for political gain. We ask you to make mask a part of the HEBISD dress code. Take the example that's been given to you and run with it. This is not about public health versus economic health, nor is it about mask mandates versus democracy or liberty itself. This is about standing up for our kids, doing the right thing, and each of you claiming your rightful place on the larger arc of the moral universe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Leslie Lopez.
Good evening. I'm back. First of all, I just need to say, earlier you might have seen my two boys were here with me. I actually brought them, and maybe not my best judgment. They actually wanted to be a part of this, but, you know, as you could see, not the safest place. So they've gone home with their dad. I just have to tell you that enough is enough. I don't know if our voices are being heard or if decisions are being made prior to these meetings even taking place. But what is it going to take? How many more kids do you need to get sick before it actually becomes an issue for you? Masking works, and it always has, but why the refusal to use them now? Is it about politics or about the health and safety of our kids? I want you to realize that you have solutions at your fingertips, yet you won't implement. There is something that is incredibly clear, that we need a layered approach to Delta. We need masking, as well as ventilation and HEPA filtrations. A Johns Hopkins study found that HEPA filters were responsible for a 65% drop in COVID-19 transmissions. That's something we could be doing now. Why haven't we installed HEPA filters in our kids' classrooms to reduce the spread? And what happened with the virtual option, which I would say I'm very disappointed about? It was so easily just thrown to the side. I feel like the last 2 meetings we came to were just completely annihilated in a second like that. But then everything appears overnight with the third graders from Meadow Creek. All of a sudden, there is a virtual option that appeared overnight for those parents. Unfortunately, under what circumstances? Is that what you were waiting for to happen here? Is that what you're waiting for every school to be Meadow Creek before you make the decision and all of a sudden that becomes an option? I will admit that I was not the person that got involved in local school board elections, nor did I realize the importance of it. But then my son went to school and COVID happened. But thank you for helping me wake up and realize that it's extremely important to have a voice and let it be heard. This will be an example for my sons to show him that we're doing our best to keep our kids safe. One thing that I will leave you with is realizing that moving forward, I'll be a lot more involved, so you'll see me a lot more, and making sure our voices are heard, and making sure that people that are on school boards are people that care about the well-being of our kids and not just politics. I cared to have someone on this board that cares about the health and safety of our kids and not just shiny buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephanie Kleehammer.
First time ever doing this, so y'all had to bear with me. I have 3 children that attend Hurst-Euless Elementary, 4th grade, 3rd grade, and a kindergartner. And let's just say this campus has some amazing teachers. Last year, my 2 oldest daughters saw their pediatrician more in 6 months than in a year for strep, 3 times, a fungal infection on their face, and yes, they changed out their masks twice a day. They have been in school 3 weeks now, and not a single sickness, even with having a close contact in their class. And it's because the only time my kids have worn a mask the last 18 months is when they were forced to, nor did they social distance, and this allowed their immune system to remain strong. Their pediatrician even warned me a year ago of the sickness we are seeing now, saying after a year of masking and isolating, we would see a spike in sickness among the young and old once the mask came off due to weakness immune systems. So if we force our children to mask up again, we are only delaying the sickness till the mask come off again, and then what? Are we going to force them to mask again? Kids get sick. They always have, always will. It's science. I'm at my girls' school almost daily, and what I see among the mask kids is that they are always touching their mask and face, sneezing into their mask, or using it to blow their nose and put it back on. I also see them sucking it into their mouth or licking the inside of it. It is absolutely disgusting. Also at pickup, 95% of the parents with masked kids are not wearing masks themselves, nor social distancing, but yet their child and everybody else's child should be forced to wear one. I am also going to go on a limb here and say, I bet the majority of the ones wanting to mandate masks are also pro-choice. You know, the my body, my choice. You do not want the government in your uterus to have a say in your uterus if you can abort a baby or not. But you want them to force masks on everybody? I am pro-choice, so don't come at me. As parents, we choose what's best for our own children, and what might be good for yours isn't good for mine. I don't tell you how to parent your child. You don't tell me how to parent mine. I also know that parents, including myself, that will unenroll our children from the district and teachers that will walk out if masks are mandated. And we already have a teacher shortage going on as it is. So I ask of y'all is leave it like it is and let the parents make the right choice for our own children. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Adam Lacey. I didn't hear anything. Okay. Please keep it professional. Have some decorum in here, please.
Hi, my name's Adam Lacey. I'm a parent to a 5th and 6th grader at Bedford Heights. As we're considering mask mandates, I think we've got some key questions that we need to consider. So first, do mask mandates work in controlling spread? So a study from the COVID-19 school response dashboard, this is data that's collected across 48 states, including HEBISD. Looking at Florida, New York, and Massachusetts has found no statistical significance between mask-mandated schools and mask-optional schools. Another gentleman referenced recent study out of Georgia, 90,000 students involved. No statistical difference between mask-mandated schools and mask-optional. Handouts I provided y'all, you can look across different counties, different states, different countries. Regardless of what mask mandate mitigations are in place, regardless of the timing, the virus doesn't adhere to mask mandates. We can look at countries that have self-reported 90% mask compliance, like Japan, South Korea, and Malaysia, and the virus doesn't adhere to mask mandates. So we can continue to look for examples, but there's compelling evidence that mask mandates have no effect on the spread of COVID-19. Another question we need to consider is, does mask wearing actually control the spread? So recent study out of the University of Waterloo. So this was referenced earlier as well. The cloth and surgical masks, the kind that all our kids wear, about 80 to 90% of people here are wearing, has maybe 10%, can filter 10% of airborne respiratory virus particles, which essentially is no protection at all. Another question we need to consider is, does mask wearing actually harm children? So I think some of these are well studied, other of these I think are just common sense. So not being able to see human faces, I think there's social, psychological, emotional costs to that in our children. To be able to see expressions, to clearly hear words as they're learning languages, there's a cost to that. I think there's studies on the levels of carbon dioxide that our children have to breathe with masks on, or go to unsafe levels that OSHA does not recommend in the workplace. So why would we force this on our children in schools? I think so mask wearing can enhance the risk of falls. Peripheral vision is affected. It can also increase skin wounds, irritations, acne. There's also contamination risk. I think it'd be really scary if we put UV lights, mask under UV lights. I think that'd be a pretty eye-opening thing to see the levels of bacteria, viruses that are on masks that we touch constantly. We leave in our pocket, we leave on the ground, we leave on desks, etc. Another thing we need to consider is that United States as a whole is a complete world outlier of Western countries of considering if we should be masking children. The UK doesn't recommend school children wear masks. The European Center for Disease Prevention doesn't recommend it. WHO doesn't? Sweden, Denmark, Switzerland, Germany does not recommend masks for children.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Anna Preda.
Hello again. I was here on Monday as a parent of 2 children in an HEB school. We still live in the district, but I removed my children from school Tuesday morning. I cried when I left the school. Some of the front desk staff, could feel my pain. This isn't a choice that I made lightly. The deal is that this does not just affect children. This is affecting their families. This affects the people that their families work with and interact with. I had to make a decision to keep my children out of the school because if they contracted COVID, I wouldn't be able to go to work. If I took it to work, I'd be infecting people who are vulnerable, and we would have to live with that as a society. There's a lot of things that you do as a school district to protect our community, to teach our children, to educate us, to prevent public health issues. Our children go to school and get taught about drugs. They get taught about safe computer usage, about healthy eating, about sleeping, about abuse. There's all kinds of things that we've decided are important enough to teach our kids about. I'm not here to argue about a mask mandate. Obviously, there's a lot of people in this room and in our community who have very strong opinions, and no matter what the science says and the doctors say, they're not going to be swayed, and that's okay. I think your responsibility as a school district is to educate people, whether that's our students or whether that's our families. I think you should continue to do things like you did last year to help your teachers get vaccinated. I think we can set up pop-up vaccine tents for parents. When they come pick up their kids from school, they can get vaccinated. I think you can send emails and send things home in the Thursday folders encouraging families to wear masks, get vaccinated. The best thing we can do to protect our kids is to vaccinate ourselves as adults. And I don't think any of those things are against any of the governor's orders. I just encourage you to take some kind of action because it's not just about the children, it's about their families. It's also about the pregnant gal that works in the office at my kid's former school. It's about their teachers who don't have a choice. I took my kids out of school, I'm still making a living. Their teachers leave, they don't have a job. So they're forced to be there, no matter what people are choosing to do with their kids. And I agree with you, we're parents, we do have a right, but I think we also have a responsibility to protect our kids, our families, and you have a responsibility to protect your teachers, your staff, and our kids too. I had a prepared speech, I threw it away, everybody covered all the stuff I already had, but this is just off the cuff. You guys did a great job last year. That's why you got the award, I think. I have every bit of faith and confidence in you that you'll make a good decision again, and I'll be able to put my kids right back in school so they can keep on learning with their peers and their classmates. And we can keep on being the example that we are as one of the most diverse and best educated and healthiest school districts in the area. Thank you.
The next speaker is Brooks Beckman. Brooks Beckman.
Hello, it's very nice to speak to you all tonight. And I'm going to be reading from the Student Code of Conduct. From the Code of Conduct, it says that impairing the student's breathing, including applying pressure to the student's torso or neck, placing something in, on, or over the student's mouth or nose, or covering the student's face. That sounds to me like a lot like a mask, and so you kind of want to add that to the dress code, which isn't possible because it infringes on the prohibited adverse techniques. Virtual school is also not fair to the teachers because it makes them work twice as hard to teach the same amount of kids, and they can't enforce attendance or cheating on tests. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Braden Weinreiter.
Thank you for having me. My name is Braden Weinreiter. I'm a 9th grader at Central Junior High, and I came to speak about how I think that masks have done more bad than they have done good. In my years at going to school, I have not worn masks up until last year. Last year, wearing masks had been detrimental to my learning and to my focus throughout class. This is worse for younger students, especially 12 and under, who have to learn and not only learning education, but their social skills and their emotions. So with teachers wearing masks and with other students wearing masks, they do not get the same amount of facial expressions that they would normally have. They do not get the same types of expressions or looks that people give and are used when we speak normally in conversation throughout our daily lives. That is one of the things we learned during our kindergarten through sixth grade years, and it is detrimental to our learning wearing masks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Melissa Kina. Sorry.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Melissa Quince, and I live in Bedford. I have 3 sons at Harwood Junior High. Here's the thing. No one likes masks. No one prefers to wear a mask all day long. But the reality is wearing a mask is one easy option to help slow the spread of this terrible virus. Is it 100% effective? No. But is it an easy step that everyone, kids and adults alike, can take that reduces infection rates by nearly 75%? I don't think anyone is ever really pro-mask, but I do believe that the majority of parents and teachers in our district are pro-safety and pro-common sense. I can tell you that this current plan of putting our heads in the sand and pretending COVID-19 went away over the summer is not working. The current plan of personal responsibility doesn't work as indicated by the rising numbers in our schools in just 3 weeks. Your job as school board members is to make decisions related to the education and safety of the students in our community. Your job is to ensure that kids have a safe way to learn effectively. The third graders at Meadow Creek Elementary certainly didn't get a safe space to learn when their parents received a late afternoon email informing them of a shutdown for a week. Is that really how it's gonna be? A late night email shutting down an entire grade or schools on less than 24 hours notice for working parents? You guys must do better for these kids, for the teachers, and for the families who are scrambling to figure out how to handle childcare, take time off work, and teachers rushing around to create packets for kids so that they don't lose a week of valuable instruction. The cost of masks and keeping everyone in school and learning may have short-term political costs, but certainly errs on the side of fiscal responsibility, educational best practices of in-person learning, and safety for all students based on all of the major science and political experts, medical and science-based experts. Remember your job, ensuring a safe educational experience for all students in the district. My priority is that my kids continue to learn in school and that the schools stay open. We must make decisions around this by heeding the recommendations made by the career experts in this area, the doctors, the scientists, and certainly not the politicians. Please side with science, safety, and common sense. Look at the data and look at what's going on around us. Please incorporate a temporary mask protocol requiring masks in our schools for students, teachers, and staff. It's a small sacrifice compared to the alternative. I really want our schools to stay open. To me, that's the biggest priority. I'm worried, to me, a mask mandate is not ideal, but I do think that we can't just do nothing. We have to do something. It's not okay to just send out a letter the night before and say school's canceled for a week. It puts a burden on parents, and parents in our district are working parents. So I'd ask that we come up with a plan. We can't just do nothing. That would be my message, and I thank you for the time tonight.
Thank you. Next speaker is Stephen Beckman.
Thank you. Good job, Melissa. I know you were super nervous to get up here, so I know you did really well. I took some of my time to tell you that, so good job. Know Melissa for a long time. She's good people. So, Executive Order GA38 prohibits government entities, including school districts, from mandating face coverings. Okay, we heard that from the attorney for the hour-long hour back there. Pretty sure that's what was decided. Okay. It has the force and effect of state law and supersedes local rules and regulations. Governor Greg Abbott and Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton have said they would sue any entity that does not comply with the emergency order. In a press release made yesterday, Attorney General Paxton said mask mandates across our state are illegal and judges must abide by the law. Further noncompliance will result in more lawsuits. I've passed out to each of you the most recent oath of office you signed outlining your responsibilities as a school trustee of the state of Texas. For some of you, this was a little over 3 months ago, and for others, it was in 2019. Regardless, it is true that each of you swore this oath, which states, quote, I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of the school trustee of the state of Texas, and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help me God. Any vote that this board makes to mandate masks is in direct opposition to GA38. Not only is this a violation of your oath that you have sworn, but it opens up the district to a lawsuit and the legal fees associated with it. Whether you agree with the executive order or not, it is very clear that any attempt to implement a mask mandate while it is in effect will be met with legal action. With this certainty before you, I'm honestly shocked that we would even entertain the notion. Okay. As a parent of 3 in the district, I don't consent to my tax money being spent in this manner. I'm sure I speak for others in the room as well. If we can agree that this is financially irresponsible, there are better ways to spend our money. Okay? And additionally, as Kyle said earlier, what message does it send to the students, staff, community members if we choose to openly flout the executive order? Okay, I know the answer to that. I think we all know the answer to that. Okay. 3 of you on the board are small business owners. Okay. As a small business owner, would you ever willfully, purposely make a business decision that puts you in a position to pay the kind of legal fees that we stand to face? And let me put it another way. Would you stand for other people making that decision and spending your money in such an irresponsible way? Okay, again, I think we all know the answer to that. We'll get to the plan, I guess, later, the plan that wasn't on the agenda until late this afternoon. But the metrics that we're using, the district metrics versus the county metrics, right now we still have 1.5% cumulative over the past 2 weeks. Cumulative positivity rates. That means 98.5% of HEB students are not COVID positive. Okay? But the metric that we're going to use looks at the community spread level, cases per 100,000 at the county level. That doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Next speaker is Miranda Beckman.
Hi, I'm Miranda Beckman. You had board meetings on June 14th, July 26th, August 9th, August 16th, August 23rd, and August 27th. You've had 4 board meetings this month alone. I have come to every single one of those board meetings but one, and none of these people have been here. You knew that on June 4th that the mask mandate was going away, and still no one attended these meetings and asked for masks to be instated. I am here to let you know that this has become a spectacle, and I am extremely disappointed. This is keeping our community divided. You have changed plans and changed plans and changed plans. There has to be somewhere where this ends so we can all move on. These parents are stressed out, our kids are stressed out, and I'm tired of coming to these meetings and spending 5 hours. I was here on Monday. You were all in here on Monday, and you didn't schedule this on a Trinity football game night. I noticed that too. But anyway, so there is a black cloud that's hanging over our parents and our teachers. I'm friends with Melissa Quince, and we have a difference of opinion, and that's fine. But we all need to get back to it. This is ridiculous. It has to end at some point. There are no other districts that we compare ourselves to that are mandating masks. And what precedent are you setting for our kids? I hope that you have tons of kids show up if you pass this without a mask on their face, because it's no longer in the student code of conduct. So what is the consequence if I send my 3 boys to school on Monday with no mask? I would assume there would be no consequence. We need to stop changing things. You've changed room arrangements, you've added desk shields, and now masks. Have you ever sat behind a desk shield? They're disgusting. I went to Bedford Heights and ate today, and I really think that the parents should have to sit behind them, and they didn't have them set up for parents, but they're set up in the cafeteria, and that needs to be a choice too. If you are afraid and you want your child behind a desk shield, ask for a desk shield. I don't want my kid sitting behind a desk shield. I want him to see his friends and everybody that he's eating with and everybody that he's learning with. You never changed anything last year. No matter what the metrics were like, you never changed anything. And like Stephen said earlier, this is the plan that they have. It wasn't on the website 2 hours before the meeting started, and the agenda changed. And it's not supposed to change in more than 72 hours before a meeting. How are people supposed to make plans, plan their speeches whenever you change things? It's unacceptable. You need to be held to a high standard, and you are not delivering on that. The stress is unacceptable. You don't have enough teachers as it is, and like another person said, who's going to walk out? And I guarantee you, you're going to have way more kids unenroll whenever you put a mask mandate on, because that is the plan for my kids. It's unacceptable. We need to be able to have our own choice. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dea Beauchamp. Is there a Dea? No, Dyla. Sorry.
Beauchamp.
Daylabeauchamp. Okay, Deanne Christie.
Hello,
My name is Deanie Christie, and I'm a resident of Hurst and a kindergarten teacher in HEBISD. I'm sorry, I'm really nervous. This is my first time. My son will be in kindergarten here next year. As a taxpayer and parent of a future student in the district, I would want the option to choose whether or not to send my child to school in a mask. If I didn't have that option, I would be rethinking where I would send my child to school. The main reason I'm here today is to tell you about my experience teaching kindergarten with the mask mandate. I taught in person all of last year in a mask. I've been a teacher in HEB for 8 years, and last year we saw the biggest learning gaps we have ever seen. When I teach my students to read, we start by hearing, identifying, and manipulating sounds. This is a very challenging task in a mask because my students can't see my mouth when I teach the correct formations their mouth should make when saying a letter sound. Like, watch my mouth when I say t, like in tiger. They can't see me. So then during masked whole group instruction, it's almost impossible to see and hear where the incorrect sounds are coming from in my classroom. This year, I have several students in my class who only recognize a few alphabet letters and do not yet have foundational reading skills that come from listening and speaking. Some of my parents are sending their children to school in masks, and I totally support their decision. But if you impose a mask mandate, a lot of my students will struggle to learn to read this year. This decision should be left up to each family to make for their child. In HEB, we know the data that suggests if students are not reading proficiently by the 3rd grade, 1 in 6 of those students won't graduate on time. Out of those students, 23% will drop out. This is pre-COVID. So all of our kids who have been in school, kindergarten through 3rd grade since the pandemic began, could cause this number to climb, even soar. I also want to share with you the struggles of a kindergartner in a mask. Last year, and this year, I'm seeing it also with the students who are in a mask. I see students who wear dirty masks to school. Even clean masks were dirty by the end of the day because kids chew on them. They touch them, they try to drink through them, and they drop them on the ground. And then they pick them up, try to put them back on. I've also seen kids pick up and wear masks that don't belong to them. It seems very unsanitary in a kindergarten classroom. Last year during lunchtime, students would come up to me to ask for ketchup or a napkin, and they would do this because they thought it wasn't okay for them to be close to me with their bare face showing. Our students deserve to see their teacher smile. Since we are in a data-driven district, I urge you to look at the recovery rates in Tarrant County and in the state of Texas when making your decision. I also ask that you take out emotions, even though I'm being emotional. Stop looking at what other districts are doing and ask yourselves what's the best decision for our students in HEB. Parents in HEB have so many choices when it comes to education. This should be no different. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Christine Campbell.
My name is Christine Campbell, and I'm a kindergarten teacher in the district. I'm here today to talk to you as a former parent of a child in HEB and as a current employee. My daughter attended kindergarten in HEB last year, and we chose to keep her virtual because of the mask mandate. We also chose to send her to another district this year due to the possibility of HEB's strict mask mandate returning. My daughter had been so excited to attend kindergarten, but the fun and exciting experiences as a kindergartner were taken from her. My daughter has yes, we could have still chosen her to send her to school in a mask for 7 hours a day, but we knew that was not the best learning environment for her. My daughter has hearing loss and wears hearing aids. She watches people's facial expressions and looks at their lips to make sure she is hearing each sound and word correctly, which is impossible to do when everyone is wearing a mask. We knew our daughter would struggle with being able to listen and follow directions, make friends, and learn due to the mask mandate. Not only is it beneficial for children with hearing loss to see their teachers' and peers' faces, but for all children who are learning letter sounds and phonemic awareness, which is fundamental in learning how to read. Children need to be able to see their teachers' faces as they are teaching the proper way to produce letter sounds. Teachers also need to be able to see their students' faces as they are learning how to produce each letter sound correctly. Masks hinder the ability for any of that to happen. Last year on my campus, we had 1 virtual-only kindergarten class, and we had 3 in-person kindergarten classes. Our end-of-the-year DIBELS results were 60% proficiency for the in-person learning and 82% proficiency for the online class. One big difference between the two types of classrooms and the learning that was going on in them was that in-person students and teachers were all wearing masks while learning those phonemic awareness skills needed in order to meet expectations for the DIBELS tests. As teachers, especially teachers during a pandemic, we are trying to close all the learning gaps among our students. There is never just one way to teach that will result in understanding from all of our students. They all need different accommodations, extensions, or reteaching. One way does not fit all students, so how is a mask mandate any different? What is best for one student and family is not always what's best for others. Instead of creating a mask mandate and requiring all students to wear a mask, we need to leave the choice to the parents. Parents ultimately need to have the responsibility of doing what they think is best for their own child. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Wendy Waddle, or Wadley, sorry. Is there Wendy Wadley here? Kim Hinkle.
Hi, my name is Kim Hinkle, and I have 2 high schoolers and 1 third grader. First, I just want to say a sure way to divide people is to convince one group of people that the other group of people are a danger to them. Then try to force that other group of people to do something against their will. We all believe in the science of COVID. The problem is we all believe different doctors and different scientists. Even the professionals disagree on the science of COVID. Even the CDC released on Wednesday, the 23rd, that, sorry, I'm going to look at my notes here. The CDC on Wednesday, August 25th, schools with mask mandates didn't see statistically significant different rates of COVID transmission from schools with optional policies. I hear a lot of people saying this isn't about politics. Absolutely, this is not about politics. It seems like only those of us who don't agree with you, it's the other people, it's their politics. We can go back and forth. You can say, you're full of propaganda. The other one can say, oh, that's fake science. The bottom line is this. I don't think anybody really knows everything about COVID. Not everybody knows everything about the mask. We have scientists, very smart people, who are on polar opposites when it comes to the science of the mask. You up here in the board, you're not scientists, you're not doctors. I wouldn't want you to treat my child for a cold. I don't want you to treat my child for COVID. I decide how to treat my child. If the professionals can't figure it out, that leaves me as the parent to figure it out. I think this whole mask thing has unfortunately divided a lot of people. It's caused COVID has caused a lot of fear for everybody, for the masked and the unmasked. I have family in another country, and it's a very strict country. They have to all be vaccinated, even go to the store, and they have very strict rules about masking. They have to wear their mask inside their car. Well, my nephew was supposed to visit us, but guess what? His father came down with COVID. He came down with COVID. They all came down with COVID. They're all vaccinated. They're all wearing masks everywhere, even in their car, and they still got COVID. I have one other thing. For the parents who say, and I understand you're saying that we need to wear a mask, our kids need to wear a mask to protect your kid. So our kid could potentially get sick from wearing a mask, but you'll feel like he's protecting your child. Do you wear your mask at home? That's my question. Those parents of you, those of you who are you're vaccinated, do you wear a mask at home to protect your child? Then why do you want my child to wear a mask at school to protect your child? That's all.
All right, I would like to remind everyone that you're addressing the board. You're not addressing the audience, so please keep your comments addressed to the board. The next speaker is Sarah Mack. Sarah Mack here. Rick Dorsey.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rick Dorsey. I'm a parent of two. We just started our 6th and 4th grade. It's our first year in HEB schools. We just moved here from Memphis. Okay, my boys wore masks all year in school. So did the teachers, so did the staff, so did everybody wore masks, and they survived. They adapted. I noticed that 5 of you are wearing masks right now. Okay, this is not a question of liberty or freedom. It's a question of risk. She mentioned it correctly. It's risk. How much risk are you willing to accept? Okay, this is a contagious, airborne virus. I think everyone has forgotten that. Contagious, airborne virus. Okay, if you are not vaccinated and you are not wearing a mask, you are at risk. I'm sure somebody in this room has COVID right now. Somebody in this room has COVID right now, and half of the folks here are not wearing a mask, and half of them are. What are we doing? Why are we even in this room? Okay, why are we doing pep rallies at high schools with 37 kids with cases? I mean, that's just that's sticking a middle finger to the CDC, is what the school just did. Okay, let's talk facts. 158 students last week, 176 students this week have positive cases. That's 330. We can talk about percentage points, but I'd like to talk about the people, okay? Let's not treat them as inhuman. That's 330 people that are out of school for 2 weeks. 37 staff members out of school for 2 weeks. They're all behind. They're all gonna be behind when they come back. We hope they come back. We hope they're healthy. We hope they're not on a ventilator, okay? We're all passionate. We're all parents, and we all have passion. We all wanna keep our kids safe, okay? I can't gun through the school going 60 because of a speed limit, all right? No one here is pro pink eye, right? No one's gonna say, I can send my kid to school if they have pink eye or strep or RSV or chickenpox or lice. Why? Risk mitigation. Risk mitigation. So we're asking you, what is the plan? If you're not gonna say yes to masks, what is the plan? Okay, why? Let's stop being numb to the fact that this disease has gone away. It's a contagious, airborne virus, okay? If you're not vaccinated and you're not wearing a mask and you're a teacher in one of our schools, you are the threat. You are the threat vector, okay? You're playing Russian roulette with your health, okay? If you don't believe that, I know you're shaking your head, but you're a carrier. You're the one that could spread it. You're the one that could spread it to my child, okay? Somebody asked about trust and choice. We can't trust that everyone here is vaccinated. So you have to wear a mask to fly. You have to wear a mask to come to my office. You have to wear a mask in a lot of places, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Shauna Schlebach.
Hello, thank you for your time this evening. My name is Shauna Schlebach, and I have 3 children at Meadow Creek Elementary, all of whom are home in mandatory quarantine because my daughter is a 3rd grader. First of all, I am appalled at the lack of leadership shown by this board, the administration, and the vast majority of the teachers and staff in our schools. I commended this district last year. I sang your praises everywhere for the amazing work done to safeguard our children with the safety protocols and options that you put into place. All of that has been completely destroyed, and now I'm furious. At least 10 studies have confirmed the benefit of universal masking in community-level analyses, especially for asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic infected wearers who feel well and may be unaware of their infectiousness to others, and who are estimated to account for more than 50% of transmissions. Each analysis demonstrated that following directives from organizational and political leadership for universal masking, new infections fell significantly. As the hypertransmissible Delta variant hammers Texas, the greatest hardships are being taken on by the unvaccinated, especially children younger than the age of 12, because they can't be vaccinated. Across the country, pediatric cases of COVID are skyrocketing, and child hospitalizations have now reached the all-time high. I want to know how many lawsuits you are prepared to fight due to the deaths of children or the long-term issues caused by long-haul COVID sufferers, because this will happen. I already know people that are going through it that are my kids' age. How many are you willing to go through? 2, 4, 10, 100? Please take this time to be the leaders you can be and show the children you care about them, the staff, and their families by wearing masks and mandating everyone else to do the same. Implement a formal online learning plan and keep it forever, because there will always be sick kids who could still go to school, just shouldn't be around other kids. There's also always going to be snow days. Online learning was a really great thing to come around. I really thought we would keep it, and I think we should. If you are unwilling to brave the leadership that these things would require, at least implement separate class sections for those who will wear their masks to mitigate transmission for those of us who do believe in science. Please know that our children are aware and they are watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Hutchins.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to discuss the safety of our children. I've been listening to the past several board meetings and must say I'm sympathetic to both sides. I understand and I hear people when they say they're concerned about masks. I have a child that struggled with masks. I also understand when people say they're concerned about the health and safety of their child. I had a COVID positive child from Meadow Creek. I hear both sides. I get it. But one thing has proven itself time and time again, which is inaction is a choice and it has serious consequences. And the more this board chooses inaction and chooses not to mandate masks, the worse off we are. How many times does it take this board to want to kick the can down the road before they consider that more data, more evidence, more open forums is having an unintended consequence? For every day that we don't have proper protocols in place, the virus continues spreading in our district and continues to put this district on their back foot. Masks are a start to a layered transmission prevention program. They're not perfect, but masks are still an effective mitigant. Good ventilation is another. Fans and air filters, hand washing, social distancing, effective testing protocols, robust contact tracing. These things are the start of a program to help you mitigate risk. It's the start to help us get back to normal. A mask mandate is necessary because inaction by the board and community. We've given everybody the choice. We've heard you. Your body, your choice. We've heard you. You've had that choice. And too often, people don't choose safety. So at this point, you have to act. We can avoid being told to shut more grades level down, but it's not easy. The choices are hard. More decisions like that will be thrust upon you if you continue to choose not to act. You can choose tonight to act and make the hard decision, or you can choose to wait and continue to be on the back foot. This virus will choose for you. It will make your decision, or you can be proactive and put a layered protocol in place and a layered program. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Please help us take the step towards normalcy and enact the mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Marlene Berardi.
Today I'd like to speak less as a parent and more as a school counselor of 22 years. When working with children who suffered from anxiety, depression, anger management struggles, academic deficiencies, ADHD, autism, and more, we realized that we could only attain academic achievement when we provide safety and security, physical and emotional, in our children. We work toward developing self-love, resilience, empathy, respect of self and others, compassion, gratitude, life skills, social skills, and emotional wellness. We taught them to look out for one another, defend each other, look into each other's eyes, learn to read social cues, and have empathy for one another. We encouraged a familial atmosphere in school where every child, teacher, aide, maintenance person, and administrator was recognized as a valuable member of our community. Why aren't we doing that now? We need to set an example for our kids and let them know that everybody matters, not just those that can get the care or that can have a choice. Everybody matters. This is what I personally feel we are inadvertently teaching our kids in the way that we're approaching this school year. Some people's needs matter more than others. Do what works for you, not what supports the greater good. Your test scores are more important than your wellness and that of the community. You're good, so don't worry about your friends or their parents or grandparents. You are in the minority, so you matter less. We don't have to take more measures than we want to. Our hospitals and doctors and medical community just need to do their jobs. How dare we not support our medical community? It's ludicrous. They need us. They're asking for our support. Who are we to not support them? When we need them, we want them to be available. Here's what I personally feel we should be teaching our kids as we live through this pandemic. We can all do our part to keep each other safe. We are stronger when we work together. You are resilient, strong, and brave. We admire you for making sacrifices for the greater good. How are we not making that point to our children? Thank you for following our scientists and doctors and nurses and abiding by their recommendations. They have worked long and hard to learn what they know about how to keep us safe. Thank you for caring about people you don't know and for realizing that each kindness and consideration has an unimaginable ripple effect throughout the world. I don't know about you, but in my 22 years as a counselor, building character always felt more important than academics. What is our message? We can only attain academic achievement when we provide safety and security, physical and emotional, in our children. I hope you consider the messaging that we are promoting and shift your approach to this issue. We can all wear masks pretty easily.
Thank
and
you.
with no cost to the district.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Next speaker is Jonathan Rangel. Jonathan Rangel.
Hello, everybody. I have a kid in Meadow Creek. We spent 3 months traveling this summer. Took more planes that I can care to count. And she asked me, why do we have to open our laptops, take our shoes, etc.? I explained to her what happened 20 years ago. And she understood that for the safety of others, we must all be uncomfortable so that that doesn't happen again. I understand the argument of some parents about not telling you what to do with your kid. But you already comply. You wear seatbelts. When Elizabeth Dole, in the 1980s, a Republican, she instituted seatbelts, most conservatives pushed back. But you couldn't even take your kid from the hospital without a seatbelt. Look around. We're all tired of the pandemic. We're not enemies. We live here, our kids go to the same school, we go to the same markets. We're not fighting one another, we're fighting the virus. We're all tired of the mask. But it's a small gesture of leadership and compassion for those who get sick. This is not a matter if kids can recuperate fast, if you're not worried. I'm sure everybody has awesome health care. I'm sure those against it have sick time, or they can take any time off work to take care of their children when they're sick. But not everybody that has that. What about broken homes? The logistical nightmare to take care of a sick kid between divorced parents. That's hard. What we're going against, I teach my kid to defy authority when he's in the greater good. Well, we're going to defy Greg Abbott, pay the fees. We spend money on way worse things. I see a helicopter with Santa every year. That's not a waste of money? Come on. Don't tell me that you're worried about kids falling behind. If you care about kids falling behind, we change the curriculum. Our current curriculum is good enough for children when they graduate to get a minimum wage job. Don't tell me you care about my kid. Do the right thing. We as a country want to push back. We want our liberties. But we have public safety, public health. Step out of your shoes and think about other people that don't have health care, that don't have sick time, that are divorced, that cannot take time off work from one day to the next. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rita Miller.
Good evening, board members. My name is Rita Miller, and I'm the proud parent of 4 students in your district. Before kids, I was an engineer in charge of hazardous chemicals at a local industrial manufacturing facility. After my eldest was born, I became a peer volunteer who helped educate mothers in child nutrition and development. A few years ago, I learned my second child was dyslexic. I am the parent of 2 dyslexics and a child whose speech delayed. We receive help from the district, and we are very, very grateful. We moved our kids to y'all's district because of the services y'all provide. I am fundamentally opposed to mandatory masking for many reasons. 1, masks are not personal protective equipment. There is no U.S. standard for child-sized respirators. The masks most kids wear do not prevent the inhalation of COVID aerosols. 2, masks are not source control. They do not filter aerosols that are exhaled from a COVID-infected individual. The CDC admitted in October 2020 that COVID transmission is driven by aerosol. Aerosols, unlike droplets, escape through the mask and around the gaps and the edge of the mask and float for hours and sometimes days in the air, depending on their size. Masks block the faces of teachers and students. This is a duh statement. To learn to speak and read, kids have to match the sounds with their lip, tongue, and vocal cord placement and activation. Reading combines speech skills with print skills. All these parts are taught with the face in mind. Teachers have to read faces to check for understanding. Nonverbal communication, and even verbal communication, is primary for special needs populations, and they need the least restrictive environment to thrive. 4, mask mandates are the wrong tool for the job. Other tools include recycling less air from outside, installing central filtration, adding HEPA filters, utilizing UV viral destruction technology. When I was in industry, the common phrase was, the solution to pollution is dilution, capture, and destruction. This applies to COVID. 5, we owe the children a complete education. We want literacy and numeracy for them. We want exposure to music and art, theater and sports. We knew before COVID education was risky. COVID, falls, fender benders, sports injuries, and illness. Even lice is a possibility. COVID doesn't change our obligations to the students. Mandating masks feels good, like you're doing something, but it doesn't work, as I've explained, and it has more costs than benefits. We need to get back to educating the kids and allowing parents to choose. And I ask you to look into industrial hygiene. They will help you make a plan that will actually protect the children instead of pretending cloth does.
Thank you. Next speaker is Leslie Hawkins. Is Leslie Hawkins here?
Hello, thank you guys for having us once again. Okay, first, before I begin, I just want to address some things. There will be lawsuits on either side of this, so that's kind of null and void. Public health is not an option. Public safety is not an option. Once you make choices that infringe on my rights to keep my child and myself safe, your rights end. It's not an option. It is not an option. At the August 9th meeting, I was here. You guys discussed special masks for teachers. I assume that were see-through. You guys didn't have examples, but you talked that there were masks that teachers could get from you guys. I guess you guys already have them, to where children can see their mouth moves, because everybody talked about phonics and how important that was in learning. So there are masks out there for the teachers. The district already has them. Swiss cheese model. No, they do not. Masks do not catch everything, but we have to have several layers of protection. Okay, I urge you guys to actually vote on this measure tonight. You failed us Monday night by skirting the virtual option vote, and I hope you won't let the same thing happen tonight. An indecision would be unfair to everyone in this room. These meetings should be more than a PR stunt. We need you to take action and not just talk about the possibility of taking action. There was a 464% increase in student positive cases from week 1 to week 2. We are currently sitting at 176 positive student cases, which is 18 more than last week, and we still have 3 more days left to report. We need masks now. We also need you to enforce the COVID safety protocols that are outlined in your return to learn plan. Measures such as dividers in the cafeterias and social distancing are not being followed in every school. This creates an inequitable learning environment for HEB students. You also need to follow the latest TEA guidances sent to you on Monday. It states parents of close contacts may opt to keep their students home. During the stay-at-home period, the school system may deliver remote instruction consistent with the practice of remote conferencing. These measures are within your legal scope to mitigate transmission of COVID, yet you are not acting on them. We need you to do something now, not next week or the week after. Currently, we have 1 elementary school that has quarantined an entire grade. How many more schools is it going to take? From somebody who has lost somebody to COVID, please do something. We have to protect our students, our teachers, and our community. We have to do what we need to do to help the doctors and nurses. We have got to do something to mitigate the spread. There were pep rallies with hundreds of students shoulder to shoulder 2 days ago. Why? Why are we doing this? You guys have to do something. You have to make a decision. You have to vote on it tonight. Do not skirt the issue again tonight, please.
Thank you. Next speaker is Melissa Gelmini.
Hello, everyone. How are you? My name is Melissa. I have a daughter who's a senior at Trinity and a son who is in 5th grade at Hurst-Euless Junior High. At North Hurst Elementary. So, I'm not here only because of my children. I'm here because of my mom and my brother and my sister-in-law and my 5-month-old niece. This is not just about masks. Masks are not the answer. Masks are part of the answer. Masks, social distancing, vaccines, hand washing, reducing occupancies inside of buildings. All of these things together are what will help slow the spread of this, whether you believe in masks or not, whether you have the vaccine or not. This is not about one thing. It's not just about masks. It's about a piece of the puzzle, and we have to protect everyone. We can't just say, oh, well, it's not good because they can't see our faces. There are a lot of factors. I heard several people talking about mental health over the past week, and this is really important to me. My brother got his GED from Keys right here. And in 2003, he died by suicide. We cannot use words like suicide to scare people into not having masks. We are all going to be affected with our mental health because of this pandemic, and I hope that we can address that at a later time. But right now, what we need to do is we need to protect our children, our moms, our dads, our grandparents, our nieces, our nephews, our extended family. It's not just about me and my kids, it's about the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Summer Rima.
Okay, thank you for letting me talk tonight. I want to introduce you guys all to my daughter. This is Cassie. She's a kindergartner at Stonegate, and she is a social butterfly. She was so excited for kindergarten. Cassie also has asthma, and she's had asthma since she was 2. Sorry, I get a little emotional. I've spent nights up all night doing breathing treatments with her every 3 to 4 hours, checking her oxygen, wondering if I need to take her to the emergency room because she can't breathe. This is who you're protecting when you're wearing a mask. You're protecting my daughter from not ending up in the hospital because she's gotten COVID and having complications from her asthma. You're protecting the vulnerable. That's great if your kid's healthy and they don't need to wear a mask and that doesn't keep you up at night. And you've never spent an entire night hoping that your daughter is breathing, because I have, and that is my life. And it's not right that my daughter doesn't get to go to kindergarten and be that social butterfly because your kid is not wearing a mask. Your kid wearing a mask is what protects my daughter. My daughter. She's in kindergarten. There's no virtual option for a kindergartner. Are you kidding me? I can't pull her out and homeschool her. I gotta work. I mean, I don't know why we're still having this conversation. Be good to one another. Love your neighbor. Treat your neighbor as you would want to be treated. Does nobody care about me, about my daughter, about the countless other kids at Stonegate that the nurse told me about that also have asthma? It's great that your kid's healthy and that this doesn't keep you up at night and that you feel 100% great about them not wearing a mask, but I depend on you to have your kid wear a mask so that my kid is safe. I'll just leave you with this. Think of the sweetest girl in the entire world that loves everyone, that would literally give her shirt off of her back, and that's my daughter. And the next time you don't want your kid to wear a mask, maybe think of, if they do, they're protecting her. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Karina Quintana.
My name is Karina Quintana, and I'm a mom of 2 chaparrals at Shady Oaks. The science is clear. Adopting universal masking policies can save lives, keep our kids in school, and even help avoid future lockdowns. Not only does the American Academy of Pediatrics recommend that all students over 2 wear masks, but so does the CDC, the WHO, and our local children's hospitals. Do we love masks? No, we don't. No one wakes up in the morning thinking, can't wait to forget my mask on the counter as I'm already in the car and late. But we wear them to protect those around us from our possibly carrying the virus and being asymptomatic. We want our economy open and our kids physically in school. Those saying, have your kids wear a mask but leave them behind alone. That is not how masks help slow the spread of COVID. You know this. If masking only affected you as an individual, like choosing to wear a bike helmet or not, it wouldn't be a problem. If you were the only one to get sick, the only one risking your health, your death, then sure, you do you. But you're risking everyone, to include the most vulnerable in our HEB ISD community, our kids and the immunocompromised. You talk percentages of children affected by COVID and in the ICU. But would that percentage still be minuscule if it were your child fighting for their last breath? Or is that where you finally draw the line? You know who doesn't care about wearing masks? Kids. Kids get direction from adults who love them. They know that masks help stop the spread of germs, and if they want to go to school and play with their friends, they need a mask up. So they do it. Last year, my youngest was in pre-K at Spring Garden. He and his friends, ages 3 and 4, all wore masks, some even choosing which superhero they wanted to be that day. The kids were not affected in the very least. They were able to play, learn, and thrive, all while being safe and physically in school. What's worst case scenario of masking versus not? If everyone at our HEB schools wore masks, the worst case scenario would be our kids and educators would wear a mask like we did last year, a temporary inconvenience. Or 2, if children continue to be in school without masks, the worst is more children in intensive care, long-term medical effects, or death. Asking that a mask mandate be put in place at our schools is not in any way, shape, or form authoritarian overreach. Most of us understand that a temporary inconvenience is an oppression or a violation of any liberties whatsoever. Our children are the most vulnerable. They can't make grown-up decisions because we make it for them. They're counting on us, their parents, and this elected school board to do the right thing and protect them. Meadow Creek is already having to do virtual learning because of an outbreak, and several Texas school districts have shut down. We cannot afford to be the next. So as a mama who's received 3 close contact letters from my kindergartner alone, who's had to take 2 trips to the ER and care for 2 very sick kids this past week, I implore you to do the right thing.
Thank you.
Choose team humanity, not team politics.
Thank you. Next speaker is PJ Blanco. Oh, he has plenty of them.
Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Pedro Blanco. I have a PhD in counseling. I'm an associate professor of counseling. I hold a licensed professional counseling supervisor credential, and I'm also a credentialed ARP registered play therapist. I'm speaking to you tonight as a professional, but also as a parent of 2 elementary students under the age of 12 at HEB. I want to start today that most of us, in order to get here, we had to drive. We all got in our cars, and we automatically put our seatbelts on. We did this because we know that although wearing a seatbelt is not going to prevent us from being in an accident, it might prevent us from dying. It could potentially save your life. So would you knowingly drive your car into a dangerous area without wearing your seatbelt? COVID exists. It exists in our schools. I got 3 letters so far indicating my child's had close contact. Masks simply prevent this horrible virus from spreading and can potentially save my child's life, just like seatbelts do. This is not an issue of personal beliefs, but a public health issue. I gave you a list of kind of several articles that I'm kind of going to outline here that kind of help provide some proof of the facts. So let's get to the facts. Masks prevent droplet transmission, which is the primary way COVID is spread. When students are enclosed in indoor spaces over extreme periods of time, those droplets accumulate. This creates exposure. I think we're all pretty aware of that. So masks here work in 2 ways. It helps prevent the infected student from infecting others, and it helps protect the uninfected student to wear. That's common knowledge now, but there are some research studies that support it. There's also research that supports that this works. Lewins et al. Had conducted studies that demonstrated the efficacy of reducing droplet transmission when wearing a mask. So then again, the infected wearer of the mask, the droplets aren't being produced out of the mask, and that doesn't infect the wearer of the other mask. So my point two is that masks don't harm the wearer, whether an adult or a child. There's absolutely no empirical support that indicates wearing a mask is harmful. There is no research that demonstrates wearing a mask does not impact oxygen and does not impact the carbon dioxide retention. There's an article there that supports this. Children and adults simply don't suffer the harmful effects from wearing a mask. Lastly, as a researcher and a therapist, I recognize that we're running through difficult times. Children are struggling with anxiety and fear. But we have to think about our safety of our children. Kids under 12 don't have the opportunity to be vaccinated. They're not protected. We at least need to give them that protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Pedro Blanco. Oh, you filled out too? All right, Nicole Tiller. Is Nicole Tiller here? Julie Meeks. Julie Meeks here? I didn't call Lydia. I didn't call Lydia. I called Nicole, and I called Julie Meeks.
Hello, my name is Julie Meeks, and I have two kids, a grandchild and a child in the HEBISD. My grandchild is high risk. So I'm speaking tonight, and I spoke last week, which I'm going to tell you is way outside of my comfort zone, because as a parent and a grandparent, I'm worried. So schools are supposed to create a safe place for students to learn. As COVID spreads through our schools because HEBISD has chosen to ignore science and the highly contagious Delta variant, infecting students and impacting families, HEBISD has failed to create a safe learning environment for our children. As schools are forced to shut down because of the many cases of COVID, HEB has failed to create a safe learning environment for our children. To the child who contracted COVID at school and never recovered, HEBISD has failed them in creating a safe learning environment. To the families whose child brought COVID home from school, spreading COVID to vulnerable family members, who then therefore was hospitalized and possibly died, HEBISD failed to create a safe learning environment. Doctors, the health department, and other medical personnel have given very detailed instructions on how to keep students safe, or at least safer, to create a safer environment to help keep the spread of COVID as minimal as possible, which is important to keep our kids in school like you want to learn, right? That's what we all want. If you choose to not act on the information that you have been given, you will have failed the students of HEBISD. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Smith. Stephanie Smith here. Lydia Meeks.
Hello, I'm up here again. I have two nieces in the HEB district. I am a product of HEB. Went here my whole life. So, before I begin, I want to say that there are so many parents and loved ones who wanted to come speak out tonight. But they couldn't because they have children who are now sick with COVID because of the lack of precautions in this district. I also want to address the conversation about mental health and suicide. You speak about mental health, but to truly address mental health, we must have compassion. You know, and compassion includes caring about those around you and caring about things, even if it doesn't affect you personally. You also must use resources and tools to prevent suicide. You need to use every resource to prevent suicide, just like COVID. It's about preventing. You should use every resource to prevent COVID, like wearing a mask. Mask prevents the spread of COVID. You all have to stop diverting this topic when we can work to fix both.
Lydia, please address the board instead of the audience.
I say this to the board. You know the data, and you know how masks protect people. But we are 3 weeks in, and there has been no action. Why are you not doing anything? Are you just waiting until the majority of kids get sick, and then you're going to act? It's too late. You have taken away all of our options, and we are desperate to keep our kids safe. I also want to ask a question. Why is it that these teachers who are anti-mask can come out here to speak, but those who are for the mandates are so afraid of being fired? What is happening? I'm also terrified that this board will not mandate masks, and that should be our first priority. But I'm worried that you all will once walk away again with no decision made, because some of you are answering to your constituents rather than doing what's best to protect the children you are supposed to serve. If you do not mandate masks, I'm asking you to consider another option. This option, This option that I'm talking about is optional masked classes. When Fred brought this up 2 weeks ago, it was shut down, but you are running out of time. And we all want the kids in schools. This option also stops the district from gaining class action lawsuits for failing to provide a free and appropriate education for any student who's medically fragile. Which, by the way, if you are a parent who has a student with underlying medical issues, you can take action from the lack of decisions from this board, so we can talk about it more. You cannot walk away tonight without a choice without any choices as you did Monday night. We have started a movement here in HEB, and it will continue all the way to the polls in 2023 and 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rachel King.
Good evening, Mr. Chapman, Superintendent of this wonderful district. I see you being a leader tonight, and I want to thank you. You're showing that you care about this lady next to you and this lady next to you because you're wearing a mask. Thank you for being a leader. My name is Rachel King, and I'm a parent to an unvaccinated kindergartner here in our district who proudly wears a mask to school each day to help protect her neighbors, like you're doing. She attends Meadow Creek Elementary School, the same school that I attended 25 years ago. I received my K-12 public education right here in these classrooms of HEBISD. I was taught how to read about math, science, health, public speaking, and how to critically think by some of the best teachers. I was also taught camaraderie, compassion, determination, grit, and persistence by some of the best coaches right here in our very own district. I figured I should put some of those skills to use tonight by addressing you all, the Board of Trustees. I love this district so much that my husband and I, both Trinity graduates, class of '01, bought a home here in Bedford 13 years ago in anticipation of raising a family in this district. We are one of the best districts in the state, and it's long past time we start acting like it. We know better, we absolutely know better, than to allow our students to congregate in poorly ventilated classrooms all day without any attempt at social distance or masking. If for some reason you don't happen to know better, just take it from our Tarrant County Public Health Department, who said, quote, "We encourage you to help hospital staff and those who are vulnerable by wearing a mask and getting your COVID-19 vaccination, because pediatric COVID-19 cases are on the rise in Tarrant County," end quote. Or even the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, who reported this Monday that, quote, "If we wear masks, the infection rate drops by nearly 75%, end quote. We've had over 600,000 deaths from COVID-19 in our country at this point in time. ABC News reports that 100,000 more COVID deaths are expected by December 1st. It's not very far away. Unless, and I'm quoting, the U.S. changes its ways. Well, that includes us. Health experts say that that toll could be cut in half if nearly everyone wore a mask in public spaces. Why do our first responders wear them? To protect each other. Why have doctors, nurses, and surgeons worn them for hundreds of years?
Thank you very much.
To
Your
protect
time's
their
up.
patients from an infectious disease that might come out of their nose or mouth.
Next speaker is Andrea Marfuz.
My name is Andrea, and I was up here last week. I've graduated with the HEBISD. I've had 3 grandchildren. One still is in HEBISD. And so I just want to go over some facts here. That unvaccinated people are 20 times more likely to be put in hospitals than the unvaccinated. The people fighting masks and vaccinations are following misinformation versus educated scientists. The anti-maskers focused on no kids in our area dying, but children have died. COVID goes way beyond the school. We now have young kids who have lost one and sometimes both parents. They have lost grandparents. Some families have lost 5, 6 family members. So much grief that can be prevented. And I understand the grief. I've been through a lot of grief in my lifetime. No parent wants to go through it. Right in this front row was a woman earlier and her son whose husband died this summer from COVID. So I have heard over and over, have kids failed to learn online, but not once have I heard how the problem was started with one teaching and doing her best to teach both in class and online simultaneously. I mean, that had to have been really difficult. So I really hope that y'all will reconsider the online virtual classes with the individual teacher. Give us some kind of option. More than 180,000 new COVID cases were reported among kids last week, reaching levels of the previous winter surge of 2021, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics and the Children's Hospital Association. Last week, children represented 22.4% of all reported cases. We are reaching a pandemic all-time high. The American Academy of Pediatrics said universal masking is the best and most effective strategy to protect students and staff from COVID and other respiratory illnesses. Over 100 doctors at Cook's Children's Hospital were asking that we mask to prevent total overload. Cases in children have surged from 38,000 in the end of July to 180,000 cases since last week. More than 49,000 children have been hospitalized with COVID since August 2020, according to Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The anti-mask parents are neglecting health and safety of their own children in the name of their rights.
Thank you, ma'am.
Something I can't wrap my head around.
Your time's up, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Jason Robertson.
Hello. It's me again. Thanks again for allowing us to come and speak. Jason Robertson, 1112 Simpson Terrace. I have a 3rd grader and a 7th grader. Me and my wife, we own our house outright. That is, of course, unless our school taxes go up so high, I can't pay my taxes, and the county or state comes after me. Don't mask my kid. It's child abuse. Telling me that I must mask my kid is like me telling you, you can't mask yours. I honestly believe that there is factual data to support that masks are far more harmful to kids than benefits of wearing one. It's a fact that oxygen is decreased by 20%. Findings on some of the top environmental toxicology in the world. If you're not familiar with these people, they were employed at places like the Oklahoma City bombing in 9/11 to test air quality. And I quote, one COVID microcron is 40,000 smaller than the cross-section of a human hair. A hairnet on the face is just as effective as a cloth or a surgical mask. You do your family, and I'll do mine. Anything other than a no on a mask mandate tonight is a failure on your part. You all have been elected not only by other taxpayers, but by me, to do your part to do the right by our kids. Did this crazy mask thing the first time? Shame on them. Look, I get it. No one knew how exactly deadly this was. Do this crazy, ridiculous mask mandate now? Shame on you. We do know the statistics, and we can go over it again. 0% deaths in Tarrant County, 11,000 elementary students, less than 1%. I ask you, how much more does that number have to improve before you say no more mask? I challenge you to come up with a reasonable number, something that makes sense, but less than 1%, come on. Taking a step, making a change is always, it could be in the wrong direction. Making a movement doesn't always mean we're making progress. Sometimes making no change is the right decision. Again, based on the data on the website, you're basing the data and considering defying Texas law, a measure to mask my kids after 1%. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jennifer Penoyer.
Hi, thank you and good evening, Superintendent Chapman and the board. I appreciate you allowing us the time for all of us to come speak on this important issue. Again, my name is Jennifer Penoyer, and I've been a resident of HEBISD schools and Bedford for here almost 19 years. I currently have a senior and a fourth grader that both attend HEB schools. I'm here tonight because I'm not only very concerned about the health and safety of our students, teachers, and our overall community, but also because of the reputation that our district has always upheld. I've always been very proud and prided myself on the level of education that my children both have and are receiving here in this great district. I've always spoken highly to friends and family and relatives that, are moving to the area. As we all know, so many people are coming here now, and I tell them that this is the place to be. I know the board wants to cultivate future leaders that look at data, information, they analyze and make conclusions and use this information to make and carry out decisions, even when these decisions may not be popular. And as we all know very well, unfortunately, our current leaders in Austin have left these very hard and tough decisions in your hands. And I'm not jealous of you at all, because I know it's a very hard decision. But tonight we're asking you to rise to the occasion and make decisions that may not be popular, but to bring back the masks and protocols of last year that worked very, very well and kept all of our students safe with the pandemic. The main difference this year being that the transmission rates have been much higher with the Delta virus. So we do ask that you please make the right decisions and stand up as leaders and be very concerned with the teachers and the students and the health of our communities, and ultimately to get us back to normal, which is, I know truly that that's what all of us want. And I think that the sooner we get there, the better off we'll be. And I do feel that not only mask mandates, but putting certain protocols back in place will help us get there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lauren Cole.
Hi, my name is Lauren Cole. I work with children newborn to kindergarten, so I've heard from a lot of teachers tonight that are talking about the developmental delays, and I work with the group that's just before the kindergartners and even the pre-K. I work with ECI that comes to my home to work with the children. They're already seeing and expecting 2-year delays in the social and emotional health of children, as well as the speech. Even the nonverbal speech is starting to lag, and I believe they believe that is because of the masks. Even the clear masks offer only a boundary between communication between the teachers and the children. I don't believe that masks are effective. I believe that on the box, the manufacturer would have written it was effective. They want to sell masks. They're not allowed to write that they are effective, even on the masks that some of you guys are wearing. It was taken from a box that said it cannot protect from a virus, and yet we are being asked to put them on our children and then send our children to school where, like we've heard, they put them on the floor, they pick their nose, they blow their nose into them. I know I have heard, and it's discouraging to me to hear from so many parents that feel that if a child doesn't wear a mask, that we're not teaching them to love their neighbors and to be respectful of other people. I don't feel that is true. My son is very kind. He will ask you about your day, but I don't feel that I need to burden him. I don't feel that an 8-year-old needs to be burdened with something that they can't control anyway by wearing a mask. That is not going to protect his classmate. I feel that all of this could be solved by children that want to wear a mask wearing a medical grade mask that does protect from a virus. That does not require anyone else to wear a mask. That is what the medical professionals wear. They wear PPE so that they are protected. When they're wearing their surgical grade mask, like some of you, it is for blood. It's for body fluid to come out. It is not for a virus. So I feel that this might all be solved by masked children that want to wear masks wear an N95. Those that don't wear a mask, breathe your fresh air. In my daycare, I have seen more staph infections, strep throat, bacterial infections from parents that are having their children wear masks outside of daycare, and I feel that could be avoided. I don't feel that that's needed at all. Teachers are our first line of defense between abuse and neglect. Abusers know how to harm a child so that it's not seen, and I believe that masks give abusers a way to abuse children. Teachers need to be able to see and build a bond with our children.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Carrie Gundy.
Hello, I'm Carrie Gundy, and I have a son here at LD Bell High School. My son is a senior this year. And I'm here on behalf of him. He had to work today, so unfortunately he could not be here. So I'm just kind of playing it by ear, and I don't have any speech prepared or anything. But last year in his junior year with the mask mandates, he struggled with the masks. He has asthma, so having to breathe during the day was very difficult for him. He had to, times where he had to, take his mask down under his nose. The teachers would harass him, send him out of the classroom, say that they were going to send him to the principal's office. He would call me at lunch and say, "Mom, what am I going to do? The teachers are threatened to send me to the principal's office." I said, "Well, then let them, because your health is more important." He's also ADHD and has anxiety disorder, so I'm really against the mask mandate for him. This is also his senior year, so I want him to enjoy being with his friends. and being able to enjoy seeing his friends' smiling faces. He also works full-time. He doesn't wear a mask. He's never gotten sick from COVID. My husband and I both work full-time outside of the house. Neither one of us have gotten sick with COVID. We do not wear a mask. That's all I have.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rachel Hope. Is Rachel Hope here?
Good evening. My name is Rachel. I'm a graduate of LD Bell, mother and aunt of children in the HEBISD school system. My husband, who unfortunately could not make it tonight due to his massive workload, he works for the health department. He spends his days tracking, tracing, and reporting COVID cases from all over the state. My husband is not someone who is easily afraid of a public health crisis. He was there at that hospital during Ebola with patient 0. If he says there is cause for concern, I listen. I have heard the horror stories, the complications, the hospitalizations, and the lives this virus has taken. I have seen the numbers, the accurate numbers, which have not always been present in this room during previous meetings, nor on the district website. I've also seen the predictions. We're running out of time. We need to do something before this blows up in our faces. There are people who do not believe that COVID is a concern until they contract it. The reoccurring theme there when they're in their ICU bed is that they all share the same thing, and it is regret knowing that it could have been prevented had they had followed those guidelines. We need to start thinking about what's best for the collective group as a whole. We know the case numbers are not only, rising for COVID, but also for RSV at a rapid rate. We are living in a scary time right now, not just because of this lethal virus, but because of how political and divided we have become. We need to follow the same golden rule that we have taught our children, and that is to treat others as you would like to be treated. I ask you this question. Would you be happy if someone infected you or your loved ones knowing it could have been prevented? I would say not. This virus shows no discrimination, and we need to understand the gravity of the situation we are in. We have to stop the politics and work together to stop the spread before things get worse. There is one easy thing we can do here in order to stop the spread. That one thing is wearing a mask, social distancing, cover your mouth, cover your nose. I know it's not something that we all enjoy doing, but it's necessary at this point. Wouldn't you be grateful that a person wearing a mask who had COVID was wearing that mask at school and greatly reduced your risk of infection? Even my 3-year-old knows this, and I'm gladly puts his mask on to protect others. I think there's something we can all agree on, that we want things to get back to normal. We want this to end, but it's only going to do that if we work together and maybe make some small sacrifices for the greater good of something much bigger. We can get through this, but only if we start caring about the person next to us. It is the morally correct thing to do. The truth is, we should not need a mandate in order to do the right thing. We need to listen to our healthcare and our health experts who are on the front lines and fighting this for our families every day. And if we don't want to listen, we should ask them how they feel about it before making a decision of no.
Next speaker is Mary Lowe.
So I have a couple of points to make tonight, and before I go into that, I'd like to verify or just kind of bring some things to your mind, that the seatbelt law does not compare to this disease because of the death rate of automobile accidents does not even come close to where we are, and it's also went through the natural process of becoming a law. I'm sure you're familiar with the expression, follow the money. Well, money affects facts, or what appears to be facts. The American Academy of Pediatrics is funded by Pfizer and 4 other big pharmas. If you want to read a medical journal, try Pediatrics Today, not American Academy of Pediatrics. As educators, you have to know that with internet, you have to research who the publisher is of a document. The other thing that I want to go to is that there's a ton of fear in here, a lot of false evidence appearing real, and then the lawlessness and blatant defiance of the current law of GA 38. I listened to your attorney for the district, and as all attorneys do, they speak in a fashion that promotes the side or idea of their client, making it clear that HEB intends to justify leading with defiance and lawlessness and masked children. I'm not addressing the untruths wrapped in hospital rates, medical manipulation for monetary gain, and the insult that educators do not have the sophistication to research. I expect you to do research outside of what is being said here to arrive at something that comes close to fact. I expect you to make wise financial decisions coupled with maximizing educational achievement, not arbitrary opinion. Finally, there are multiple violations of agenda posting illuminating the deception of the district. The agenda violation and the violation of GA 38 and Education Code 37.023, specifically 4, 7, and 10, are both substantial plaintiff violations. If the district wants to be sued and spend money that way, Fort Worth ISD has spent $60,000 to defend lawsuits over masking. The Texas Supreme Court has, in fact, issued a writ of mandamus upholding Governor Abbott's ability to order GA 38 that there can be no mask mandating. Do not be deceived by that. You decide how you want to spend your money, on a lawsuit or on education. The plaintiffs in this case have already been identified, and the filings have already been crafted. They'll be filed Monday morning. Do not think that you will not spend money if you defy Governor Abbott's rule. This board has an obligation to protect each one of you and the taxpayer by avoiding a lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Jamil Whitehead.
Hi, I'm Dr. Janelle Whitehead. I am very grateful to be speaking in front of you tonight. Basically, I am actually speaking on behalf of patients and family members that are here in the district. I am a portal of entry physician, which basically means many, many families come to me as their first line of defense on what to do with their health and their wellness. I've been in clinical practice for 17 years. I'm one of 7 doctors in my family. I absolutely love what I do, and I'm very passionate about it. Just like everyone is in this room is very passionate and on purpose for a reason. Tonight is about a paradigm shift. What I mean about paradigm is it's your belief system. Every one of you has a belief system based upon mother, father, teacher, preacher. It's what your education is, your research. You're very passionate about that for a reason. It's not about some of the things that are going on. It is law versus mandate. However, there's another flip side of that, and that's what I want to bring to tonight's discussion. All right. It does require out-of-box thinking. I'm going to say something that's probably not very nice, but it is very factual. We are institutionalizing mediocrity. We are teaching our children and our students that it's okay to not be okay. I deal with mental health in my practice every day. I'm not a mental health counselor. I do many things in my practice. But the damage that has been done and is being done currently every single day in the school districts and beyond and in the communities by the shaming and other things that are going on due to misinformation is very relevant. So it is about public health and safety. I'm going to read just a few things. Separation anxiety, rage, frustration, physical damage to school property from children who are well-meaning children, panic attacks, ADD, ADHD, social anxiety, apathetic, but then hyper-motivated. Many things happen. So HEB students should allow the parents to choose their comfort level regarding public health, protocols, mask options, etc. Properly address our student public health and classroom education. There's so many different things here. I don't want to go into it tonight. I don't have enough time. Numerous students are being forced off campus for very, many reasons that you've heard tonight. My purpose is our purpose. In alignment with hundreds of local HEB parents and thousands of parents across the USA, our roots do run deep. We are very, very strong. There is a huge majority of us out there who are highly educated. We're passionate. We just want the paradigm to shift. That which you are unwilling to change, you are choosing. This has to stop. You must choose to advocate for the students, for the parents, their families. Thank you.
Rachel Bernard. See.
All right, enough.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Rachel Bernard. Is Rachel Bernard here? All right. Catherine Hughes.
My name is Catherine Hughes. I'm here tonight with my two children, a 10th grader and a 4th grader. Both of my children have severe asthma. Neither one of my children can wear a mask. It causes a detriment to their health. So yes, well, there's lots of reasons for children to make that choice to wear a mask. You can't make that choice for everybody and say it's the healthiest choice for all children involved. Most parents are only looking at their own child's best interest. We have to remember that this country was founded on the fact that we have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Do you know what liberty is? Liberty, let me pull up the definition so I don't misquote it, since we have so many people that are picking on those things today. Sorry, my phone has decided to take a moment. Definition of liberty: the state of being free within society from oppression, restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life, behavior, or political views. You cannot infringe on my liberty or my children's liberty because of a fear of a select few. We have the freedom of choice. I support everybody's freedom of choice. If you choose for your child to wear a mask, please have them wear a mask. Have them wear as many masks as you want. Homeschool them. But you cannot force those choices on my children. That is making an unhealthy choice for children in this school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Beatrice Dew.
Hello, my name is Bee Dew. I have 3 kids, one in elementary, one in junior high, and one in high school. COVID isn't going anywhere. Neither are the variants or the next virus that is sure to be here. Let's just ask Dr. Fauci. I'm sure he knows when the next surprise virus will be here. At what point do we say enough is enough? There are treatments for COVID. There are treatments that are 100% effective if they are given early, even late at times. I've dealt with many people, family, that were denied the treatments in the hospital from the very doctors that are supposed to be treating us. But once they got the treatments, they were well, some on their deathbed, I might add. However, you wouldn't know it because we have a lying, demonic, evil media, along with their hired scientists, hired doctors who refuse to share the truth with the public. Our children are not responsible for keeping adults healthy. The burden that is placed on our children, thinking they're going to kill grandma and grandpa at any time, what are we doing to them? Children are not the super spreaders. They are hardly affected by this virus. We need to stop listening to this demonic news and these doctors and these scientists. We need to start listening to the ones that have the real data, who know the truth, and that implement the treatments when they get COVID so people won't die. If people want their kids to be protected, wear an N95 mask and a shield on top of that. But stop thinking my healthy kid is going to make your child sick if they are not wearing a mask. When my kids are sick, I will do what I've always done. I will keep them home. Mask restricts people's freedoms. It shields our humanity and represents government intrusion. It also offers a false sense of security, just like the vaccine. Because God created us in his image, masking distorts that image. It also conveys the wearer has surrendered his or her freedom to this tyrannical government. The only one who desires to silence us is Satan. He knows that our mouth is our weapon against him. And if we don't stand up to this tyranny, it will only get worse. Tyrants will require more of us if we don't take a stand now. Vote no to mask mandates. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker for the evening is Natalie Vaughn.
Hi, my name is Natalie Vaughn. I have one child that graduated from HEB last year and one that I pulled out due to the protocols and policies that were instated last year. I'm here to speak for my friend Tiffany Marks and others that are not able to pull their children out of school. I want to second what Coach Coburn said, although he probably said it better. One of the largest mass studies out of Denmark with 6,000 people showed no statistical significance between the control group of no mask and the group with mask in COVID-19 infections. However, as you've heard, for every study that you find for mask, you'll find one against mask. Why is that? I believe one of the reasons is because not all masks are created equal. As some people have said, that the mask that you find in the stores, it's not intended, it's not deemed to be PPE. It's not medical grade mask. Dr. Osterholm just came on CNN and spoke a couple weeks ago saying that cloth masks are not suitable in prevention, that an N95 is what we need to be using. So, with the the surgical mask, they've been shown to have microplastics, formaldehyde, allergens, and carcinogens. Not all of them, but some of them, because there's no regulation of them. So we don't know what our kids are inhaling or breathing in with some of these masks that they are choosing to wear. So it can be a danger for these masks. It's not safe for everyone. Even Dr. Fauci said in the beginning that these masks don't keep the virus from passing through. And this was in the emails also that they released. He said it several times. He knows what he's talking about. It wasn't a mistake that he typed that stuff. So we can see that the policies affect both sides. There's risk for both sides. Who do we protect? Everybody's going to be mad, and there's no answer that doesn't hurt somebody, possibly. We do want to protect those who are at risk. I care about each of the kids that are there, and that's why I want to speak here. So like Coach Coburn said, let's use our resources to invest in protecting those who are most vulnerable. And the nurses are right. The surgical masks don't protect their wearer. Only the N95 protects you. So I want to address what no one else is talking about, hopefully quickly, is that masking the healthy along with the other sanitation protocols, isolation protocols, has brought down our children's immune systems. It's made them more vulnerable to infections. It was predicted by many doctors last year that this flu and cold season this year would be much worse because we weren't exposed to any of the viruses or strains that were around last year. So we're getting a double whammy this year, and look what's happening. Everybody wants to talk about what's happening in Cook's Children right now with RSV and all the other viruses that are around. Could that be because we have isolated and we haven't used our immune systems? We exercise our muscles, and when we don't, we become weak. Our immune systems are the same way. We need to use them. Otherwise, we'll just keep pushing this virus and everything out to next year, and the same thing is going to keep happening. The virus isn't going away. Thank you.
Thank you. See, next the board will hear an update from Dr. Harrington.
All right, good evening. So tonight what I'm going to talk to you about is some COVID-19 on-campus cases. So we'll review those numbers. I'll review some attendance data with you. Then we have some information we gathered from Tarrant County Public Health, and then the HEB COVID response level that we have put together, that we were asked to put together here. So what we have first, the current numbers. So the green is week 1, then we have the blue in week 2, and the yellow is week 3. So as you can see, if you look at the third column, that's total students. So week 1, 28 students, week 2, 158, week 3, 174. And this is different than the one that was uploaded. We got, I was able to get an update through today. Originally, we just had through yesterday. So that's why that was changed, that slide. The total staff, also you see green, blue, yellow of 14, 20, and 17. Attendance data, I did want to share attendance data. The first 4 columns, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, and then 21, 22, those are through this first same period of time. This is through 8/26. You can see attendance usually runs around 97%. We're at 94.7 currently, and then we also added 2 low days. On the 20th and the 26th, we had attendance rates below 93%. So those attendance rates are significantly off. So we were able to have a consultation with Tarrant County Public Health to ask some questions as the mask that we asked. There were questions asked to us, so we wanted to consult with the Tarrant County Public Health and get some information. So I'm going to go through some of the questions that we asked them and share that with you. So we were asking about if there was a mask mandate, would it be indoor only on the mask mandate? And the answer was yes. They said that if you put a mask mandate in place, you would not need to put one outside. We asked about mask breaks. Would there be options for that? They said, yes, that is definitely an option you could put in place. They said it would definitely, you would have to set up some protocols with the breaks. We asked some time periods. They said they would not suggest that in any one period the break exceeded 5 minutes. They said you would have to have a way that no more than half the kids in the room were participating at the same time, so there would have to be a system. Actually, are some other districts that have a written process in place for that, so we could review that option. So the metrics. The question we then asked was, as we look at metrics, do we need to be looking at the Tarrant County data or the HEB data? For the factors of classrooms or individual schools, obviously we would have to look at HEB data, and so do they. They said as we look at the entire district, they said HEB is not a bubble. And they said you cannot pretend that the families and the people within HEB are not interacting heavily with Tarrant County. Going from suburb to city there's going to be a lot of movement. And so their suggestion, if you're looking for metrics to guide the entire district, they do suggest that we go back to the Tarrant County data. We then asked about if a mask mandate was in place, are there metrics that could be put in place to control a mask mandate as to when a mask mandate may be in place or when a mask mandate may come off. They said Tarrant County Public Health follows the recommendations of the CDC. And the CDC currently, they do not have metrics, they have their mask recommendation in place. But we continue to ask a question about the data that is available. And so they did say, yes, if we were going to set something up, they suggested that we would use the Tarrant County COVID-19 statistics that are posted on their website. So I can go through these. These were as of yesterday. So the first metric you see when you go to that website is their community spread level. They have 4 standards, and I just blanked out, I'm sorry. Yes. So high, I always forget substantial. So high, substantial, moderate, and low. So there's 4 levels. We are currently at the high level. The level is determined by the 2 metrics below there. Cases per 100,000, which is currently at 313, and a positivity rate, which is at 20.3%. So what we were asked to do was see, could we put something together that was a system of metrics that would control when masks would go on or off. So what we have put together is this. It is a system of the COVID-19 response levels. So we put together a red, yellow, and green level. I'll start with the red. The red would be, and if this is for simply masks at this time, when red level, the mask would be required because Tarrant County spread level was high. And those metrics, it means that that is 100 or more cases per 100,000 and a positivity rate of 10% or higher. So if these conditions were met, it would require masks for all students. The next level would be mask recommended. So Tarrant County community spread substantial, meaning that there were 50 to 99 cases per 100,000 people, and a positivity rate of 8.9%. So in this situation, masks would be recommended for all students, staff, and visitors to indoor facilities. The final level would be level green. So if Tarrant County community spread was moderate or low, meaning 0 to 49.9 cases per 100,000, positivity rate of 0 to 7.9. In those situations, masks would be optional for all students, staff, and visitors. So that is the information I have for you as a possible metrics for.
Are there any questions? Questions for the board, sir?
I was just going to say, are we doing questions now? Are you okay, Julie?
Don't worry about me.
Okay, I am worried. Okay, so if you would, Joe, I have lots of questions about this, but let's start with a couple of them. Can you, in its simplest terms, explain to me what positivity ratio is and how they figure that?
The positivity rate is the percent of tests that come back positive.
You have Joy here, right? So.
Oh, yep. Joy. She said I was right.
So that's people that go to get a test, the ones that are positive?
Yes.
Okay.
But if they test, Joy, if they test twice, if the same person tests 2 or 3 times and comes back positive within a short period of time, is that all included in that big number?
I would guess, right? If you go once and it's negative, is that what you're saying? And then you go
No, if they're positive 3 times and that's part of that number, that's one person but 3 tests. Is that correct?
What they're tracking who the people are. Okay.
You're gonna.
Yeah, excuse me.
That would be my question that I would, even if we had a close guess. If one person is testing 3 times, but that's in that 100 per 100,000, if it's one person or is it 3 tests?
I think it's by test, but I don't know that for a fact. I don't know how they would.
We can get clarification on that for you from Tarrant County Public Health.
Joe and Steve, are we opening up for questions in general, or are we opening up questions specific to this?
Specific to this right now.
Okay. So under this, if I understand this correctly, Joe, we are currently in a level red under this rubric.
Yeah, Tarrant County community spread right now is level red.
Okay.
On the weekly totals, like the first slide, we're on Friday. So those prior weeks, what is the start and stop of the week?
The first week was the short week, but it also, it was the full week. So we had all the kids that were in extracurriculars that were on campus already, but we were not in school until the 11th.
Right, but so like the blue week was from what day to what day? Monday to Sunday. So we're still potentially missing 2 days on the yellow week?
Yes, on the yellow, we still don't have Friday, Saturday or something.
Okay, that's really what I wanted to know. I just didn't ask it correctly.
So let me ask a follow-up question to that. So under this plan, hypothetically speaking, would we be analyzing this week by week? So we could be in code red this week, and then next week we're at code yellow?
We talked about that. If we put something like that in place, one of the suggestions was we evaluate each Friday so everyone knows what the coming week would be, so we look where we're at. According to the measure, this is a 7-day average that they do not change the spread level until that has stayed consistent for 2 days. So it's a continual 7-day average, and then if it stays the same for 2 days, then they will change. Otherwise, they will not change the metric. But we also thought if this is going to be something that is going to affect students, families, et cetera, the idea would be then if we evaluate our situation every Friday and announce the status for the week. That's just, again, we're just thinking of possible options within that kind of system.
Okay, so, go ahead. So Joe, this is how long though? It's not a cumulative, right? It's just a rolling 2-week average that we're looking at? Or is this a 1 week?
Again, from their website, it's a rolling 7-day average, and if they stay, so if the community spread, let's say the metrics fell within the substantial for 2 consecutive days, then Tarrant County would change from red to, they would go from high to substantial. These colors do not mimic them. They are our colors.
Okay.
This is what we put together for us. They are not their colors.
So let me ask a more specific question so I get this. Let's say, according to this, that COVID cases within a week dip below 50 cases. We would be off our mask mandate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or off mask option. We could go from a level red to a level green in the course of a week, right?
You possibly could, but our suggestion was that we only make those changes weekly as not to disrupt what is going on in the classrooms to families, so people know if we set the week. Now, we could change it immediately. We thought if we set it every Friday and it was always good for the week, everyone knew what that week coming up was going to look like.
Okay, next question, and I'm sorry, I'll yield to you in a second. Are we looking at this purely on a district basis, or would this vary by school? This school's really high, so they're at a code red, and this school's at a code green? I mean, what are you looking at?
The Tarrant County community spread is looking at the entire Tarrant County, so this would be what you would do there. We still look at our individual campuses, obviously.
And so, I know this isn't on the sheet, but this is a question that I was thinking it came up. What is the rubric not doing this currently for Tarrant County to shut one of our classrooms or schools down?
Joy, do you want to come to the microphone?
Sorry, Joy, we just all want to hear you.
So there's not really currently any metrics for a shutdown. It depends on the individual situation of whether we see a pattern, when we see clusters, when we have a staffing issue, and when we start to see those things, we contact Tarrant County Public Health and give them all the data, and then they give us recommendations. There's just no set metric. A number that they kind of have with the Delta variant given us is that when we start to see 5 students out of a class of 20 testing positive, that we need to start consider closing that classroom because of the contagiousness of the Delta variant.
So let me repeat back to make sure I understand, so you're giving them certain data and they are looking at it and saying, based on this number of teachers, number of cases, we recommend X, and that's how you determine that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They don't give us any specific metrics as far as a percentage, or they ask a lot of questions about just what's going on in the school as far as staffing, and are we feeling like there's a spread in a certain area, or is it getting out of control?
Gotcha. And regardless of the mask situation tonight, that's going to continue to occur going forward, right? I mean, that's
Correct.
how this is going to play out no matter what we do here at this moment?
Correct.
Okay.
We would still, we still report all cases to them and report any patterns or clusters that we see and then follow that guidance.
And we will follow those recommendations of Tarrant County Public Health Department.
And just for clarification, Steve, so those kids, like in the case of the third grade at Middle Creek, what does their learning look like? Just give me a snapshot of what's occurring.
Yes.
Or what will occur, thank you.
What we're using is what they put in, TA put in place the remote conferencing. And so the situation right now is because it's an entire grade level, those teachers are available to work with those students. And so they're providing virtual instruction. They're able to, they sent all the kids links to a Google Meet, and then they could access their Canvas page. But the remote instruction option allows us to provide instruction for students that have a communicable disease. COVID obviously is one of those diseases, and, or is a identified close contact, and you've heard a lot of people say close contact, but those are potential close contacts. If a child's identified as a close contact, then we again could, they can receive through remote conferencing. So that is what is being used right now.
And Dr. Harrington, just for clarification, I want to make sure that we understand on remote conferencing, the only way that these teachers are able to provide remote conferencing is because the entire grade level has been put on virtual learning. A teacher cannot teach both remote conferencing and in person.
That's correct.
Texas Education Agency does not allow that, and that is in their guidelines. Is that correct?
There is no simultaneous teaching allowed. So again, the only reason these teachers are an option for us is because the entire class is shut down.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Fred. Joe, this really doesn't help me. When you say 100 or more or 10%, are those unvaccinated? Are they people my age? Or are they 26 to 36? Are we basing what we do on people that hadn't got vaccinated? Or we don't, I like to have the details of that 100 or that 10% to help us make a better decision. You know, if half of them are kids, we need to make a decision. If 1% are kids, it may be a different decision. But this is so vague to me. If we're going to make decisions on such a vague data that we don't know what the 100 are, it could be underlying conditions. You know, obesity, I think they said was a major problem. Are those 100 obese?
Yeah, that's the Tarrant County, that's for the entire county.
It doesn't help me make a decision or know what to do on either side.
Right. And we did have that conversation because we did ask the epidemiologist very specifically, can you give us local metrics and can you tell us, you know, what numbers we should use within a school district? And the epidemiologist said, no, those numbers don't exist, and said you need to continue to look at the county numbers and to look at the county spread along with the positivity rates. And again, it goes back to what Dr. Harrington originally said, which is the epidemiologist's concern is that people don't stay finite into one location. And meaning
I want to know the counties.
Right here.
Tell me the counties.
So as they interact and they go across the county, they interact with other people in urban settings and other areas. And so that was the recommendation of the epidemiologist. And she did not provide, and I don't know that they have information regarding out of this 100,000, which ones are vaccinated or unvaccinated or any of the other breakdowns. But that was why the, you know, you see the levels that you see is that was at the recommendation of working with the epidemiologist in Tarrant County Public Health. Because we did not have any other source to go to where we could find anybody that had, you know, could advise us on, you know, selecting local metrics. And again, that was the recommendation.
Any other questions?
Dr. Harrington, I've got a few questions going back through your presentation and looking at some of these numbers. I'm on the third page with the positive cases in elementary, secondary in total. Do we know if any of these ended up with hospitalizations?
Hospitalizations, do we know? That's not data that Joy is comfortable sharing.
Well, I think it's important that you're not giving us any individual HIPAA violations. If you're giving us the number of people who have tested positive, why wouldn't we get the number of people who went to the hospital?
Okay, that's enough comments, please. We're asking a staff member a question.
We don't know. Is that what you said? We don't know?
I do not know that any of those are hospitalized.
Okay. On the attendance data, Joe, the week that we're comparing 2021 to, are we comparing the exact same week from last year? Were we online that week?
Yes, so the 2021 data, that was online. The other, obviously not.
Is that the whole year of
No, these are just for the beginning of the year. John Hollis took back the same number of days back because we don't always start at the same point. So we're not through that date. This was through this date, and then he went back that many days.
Okay. On the COVID response level, are there three different factors here? Is it looking at let's look at the red. Is there three different factors: high, cases per 100,000, and positivity rate?
No.
Or does positivity rate and cases per 100,000 equal high?
Yes. Okay. So the cases per 100,000 and the positivity rate are they use those two numbers to determine their community spread level. So those two metrics feed into the spread level.
Okay, and is the level triggered off of the community spread, only the community spread level?
I'm sorry. So
if we meet the positivity rate, but we don't meet the cases per 100,000, then it wouldn't be high. Does it have? Are we triggering off the high level rather than any of the other two factors?
If we're looking at this kind of metric, then what we're saying is we're gonna go back to the Tarrant County community spread level, which. So if they move to high, and it would be because they said they had 100 cases or more per 100,000 and that positivity rate. Okay. So it would then take it to high.
Okay, is that all the questions? All right. Yes. Yeah, so at this time, we're gonna adjourn to closed session so that the board can ask follow-up questions for our attorney.
I'd like to thank you. I've been watching everything on YouTube, and I mean, you're just a pillar. I mean, you know, from the bottom of my heart, I like to thank you for all your support and trying to get something passed, something resolved.
Thank you, sir.
I was going to just ask, forgive me, I have only partial hearing in one ear. What is it that you're...
Oh, I'm Joe Harrington. I'm the deputy superintendent.
Oh, okay, over the whole district.
Over education side. We have a financial side and an education side.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to thank you for the presentation, the time that y'all took to pull that together. I know that they had met with various people, and it's true. I apologize to all of y'all that we kind of more or less have failed y'all. This must be stunning to y'all to see this kind of division and polarization on such a straightforward subject.
Like I said, we're just gonna keep working every day to make it to the best we can make it.
It's unfortunate, but like the one lady said, I don't envy y'all. But I do appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
All right, the board is returning to open session. I want to thank Ms. Rossi for her time this evening and for helping the board to answer some questions. I open up the floor for a motion or for some discussion.
Good evening, folks, board. First off, we've heard from some awesome parents tonight, lots of passion. We've been here a good deal of time. And the first thing I want to say to our public and to our board is that we have some very passionate parents that are passionate about their kids, and that is one common denominator amongst all of us that I absolutely like. It's been mentioned by, I believe, Ms. Beekman, that we've been discussing this for a period of time. And it's, in my 6 years on the board, this has probably been the most parent involvement. And it's a very difficult, complicated, hand-tied issue that's come up. And I do believe that at some point we have to come up with some solutions to that. At the very beginning, you heard our attorney talk to us and give us 8 scenarios, 7 of which are court cases that are going on. And this thing is not only changing weekly or daily, and we're getting reports on this hourly. And there's not necessarily a lot of misinformation that's being out there. It's just complicated to understand. Because each of us can go to our phone, we can pretty much get whatever data we want that pretty much aligns with our belief system of what it is we want to know in our position, especially on this one, whether it be mask or no mask. And I myself have asked a lot of questions. I've probably looked at, as this entire board has, more data about this issue than probably anything else ever encountered in this. In that there are so many areas of regulations and things that we can do and can't do, and it is extremely complicated to the point and extremely frustrating, both to myself as well as you guys. It would appear, and you would hope, that the 7 of us could just make the decision about this at whim fairly easily. But, as stated by several of our parents, there are issues such as G38 that has been mentioned by several people that regulate a decision. Should we make a decision today on mask, how long would it be, would it stand under the current regulations that are currently here? Would it stand even 2 hours come Monday? There are things that we have to consider regarding this, and on advice of attorney, that kind of changes how things go. So I'm just letting you know, because I think it's pretty obvious, I'll start the conversation out, where I stand on this issue. And if this issue was such that we were in a position to actually make some of these positions based on some of our motions, I'm saying that it isn't quite as simple, and in a situation, you know, you'd feel like, oh, we want to be a trendsetter. We're going to go against the governor and all of this, and it's only going to cost $1,000. Well, that isn't necessarily true. We get into a situation where we're involved in lawsuits, and some of these dollar amounts may add up to $100,000 before a mask mandate would stick even longer than 2 hours. And all of that has to be taken into consideration in our deliberation. Now, that being said, because we have talked about this, I am hopeful that you will hear some discussion of some ideas that might occur for today so that we can walk out of this room with a direction that we're heading into. Because one thing is clear, regardless of what your position is, whether you are for mask or not for mask, whether you believe this data or not, we are currently in a situation that we currently have a code red situation on. Whether you believe it or not, we have to come together, this board especially, has to start figuring this out. And this situation, in my opinion, is going to be something we're going to have to do as a community together with some ideas that not all of us are going to like. And the other thing about this is an absolutely fluid motion. I've heard it mentioned by other board members. It may take us some time, and this is going to have to pivot. If we do nothing, Tarrant County is going to recommend and shut things down based on numbers, whether you agree with them or not. That's going to continue to happen over and over and over. So that being said, we're going to hopefully deliberate and discuss different options that we can do today, possibly, that we might be able to pivot and do elsewhere. One of those 8 solutions was regarding a dress code. That is not before you today, but that is an option that we may need to explore at a future board meeting. Maybe. I said all that to say, we're going to do some things, and there are some reasons that we're suggesting it. based on advice from our attorney and based on things that are currently occurring. So my mask friends, there are things that are occurring right now that are in litigation that will change our decisions and options as much as a week from now, a day from now. So I'm just starting this out to say that some of what you're going to hear us talk about is complicated.
I think I generally agree with where you're going if I can follow you, Fred. But I think that just there's some practical considerations that are hanging over this entire thing. And that is, what legally happens if we put a mask mandate in place. I know a lot of people are wanting to put the mask mandate in place, but given the Tarrant County District Court ruling yesterday, given the Supreme Court of Texas ruling yesterday, there's a temporary restraining order granted in Tarrant County. There's a stay order issued by the Supreme Court. I think we have a roadmap of exactly where this would go if we put a mask mandate in place. I think the only thing that could change this is an opinion from the Texas Supreme Court on the merits, which may or may not come anytime soon. But if we put this plan in place tonight, we can reasonably anticipate a lawsuit being filed on Monday morning, which has already been threatened, and we know exactly how that is going to play out. The mask mandate that we issue, there's going to be a temporary restraining order issued by a Tarrant County District Judge within about 2 hours. There's Tarrant County precedent, and every single Tarrant County District Judge, in all likelihood, will follow that. And so it may make people who are calling for the mask mandate feel good, but in practical application, a mask mandate is not going to do anything for anybody for any length of time other than bring a lawsuit that we will then be forced to defend with taxpayer funds. So I don't, with the legal landscape being what it is, I don't even know why this conversation is on the table. I don't think a mask mandate should be on the table for consideration. However, there are things that we could possibly be doing that work, and continuing to revise and review our return to learn plan. It's not on the agenda tonight, but I would ask that because so much new information is coming out, that we have a standing agenda item on the return to learn plan so we can hear the numbers. I think it's very beneficial. We can get an email about it, but it's beneficial to have Dr. Harrington or Joy stand up and tell us the numbers and tell us where we are, tell us how our return to learn plan is working, what things are working and what things are not. I think one of the things that, as a member of the public, as I watched you all last year, one of the things that frustrated me was from a public standpoint, I didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. And so when there were changes to the return to learn plan or actions not to change the return to learn plan, I think it frustrated some folks on, are you all on top of this? What are we doing? And I think if we just had a conversation of, here are the numbers, here's where these 2 weeks went, here's what's working, what's not, it would be on the top of our mind. We'd let the public know we're on top of this. If there's other mitigation strategies that we can do, let's talk about it. We are continually hearing from folks about the recommendations coming from the CDC on down, from the CDC, Tarrant County Public Health, Cook Children's Hospitals, and their doctors. And they are recommending to us to have a mask mandate. There's no reason why. Wait, let me phrase that differently. They're recommending us to put masks in place. They're not necessarily recommending a mask mandate. They're recommending masks. There's a step between where we are at optional and where other districts are at on mandatory. We as a district could very well come out and recommend masks. That's not to tell the teacher to tell the student that I recommend that you put a mask on, but as a district, we could say we recognize the situation we're in. We're being called by all of these doctors. We recommend that you all put a mask on. People who are talking against this mask mandate by and large, are not against masks. They're against governmental entities coming in and telling them that you must put your child in a mask, mandating a mask. I think something short of a mask mandate will generally be positively received. And I think that we ought to strongly consider that as a district, we recommend masks and tie that to some sort of metrics. I'm not sure I'm completely sold on these metrics, but some metrics, HEB-wise, that we could come out and say, once we hit these numbers, this is where we recommend masks. Again, you do not have to wear a mask. It is not a mandate. No teacher will be telling your kid to put on a mask. But it is a step up from it's optional. We're recognizing the situation we're in. When we have a entire class sent home, there may be something more we can do just with our rhetoric to increase the need to do something in our district. So as an alternative to the mandate, which I am not in favor of, I would support making it a recommendation by the board for recommending masks.
What kind of participation change do you expect to get between what we have today and recommended?
I don't know, but it may change. It changes the perception of us as a district on how we perceive the real problem that we have. We just had a whole grade in a school sent home. That's a problem. We need to recognize that. Whether it changes people wearing masks, I have no idea. But I would just anecdotally say that if people go into a business that has a recommendation and they're asking you to wear a mask, or they're recommending you to wear a mask, I think more people would put on masks.
So
rather than it being optional. And I'm offering that as a alternative to a mandate, which I cannot get behind.
So let me, what you're seeing here is an interesting deliberation done in public, because Chris is very opposed to one particular view, and I am very opposed to a different point of view. But I do want to discuss and stretch this out for the purpose of discussing it. So what does that look like? Does that mean the board says we recommend a mask, we all wear a mask? Does Steve send out a notification that says to everybody that we recommend? Are we posting signs that we're recommending? I mean, I see what you're getting at, so that it would be a step in the right direction. I also see that, it would still give people the ability to I mean, you envision it to that level?
Well, we could look and see what South Carroll is doing. They recommend masks. Colleyville Heritage High School and the GCISD, they recommend masks. I mean, if the board tells the administration that we are going to recommend masks, I anticipate then a plan would be put in place on how that would be rolled out, and it would come back to us. I mean, the day-to-day operations, that would fall to Steve and how it's implemented. But we have models to look around. There are other school districts who are doing recommendations rather than optional. And that would fall in line with all of the CDC recommendations. I mean, if they are recommending masks, we can say we are now following CDC recommendations by recommending masks.
And then do we take it to the next level? The PTA presidents are now doing booster clubs and selling masks and encouraging kids to recommend masks. I mean, can we get to that level of recommendation?
Well, I mean, they are free to do that now, as it's optional. If a PTA wants to sell a mask, they can do that now.
I'm just trying to see where the line is in this particular discussion that we're having about this. I mean,
I just don't see how it moves the people that don't want to wear masks to wearing masks.
What?
The idea behind, to me, the idea behind a mask mandate is to ensure that the largest number of people wear masks so that kids in our district are as safe as we can possibly make them. That's the only thing that I can see that we can control to keep our kids as safe as humanly possible in the situation that we're in today. And if we go to a recommended, I don't see anyone that's come to speak to us tonight who is not for masks changing to wear a mask.
So,
I don't see it.
first off, here's my
So
thought.
then my kids aren't safe.
Yeah, but if we put a mask mandate in place and it's struck down after 2 hours, you're no more safe with the mask mandate
That's
in
the
place than
legality
now.
of it, absolutely.
And first off, I totally echo your point of view, Julie. I mean, I am completely 100% for a mask mandate. There's no question about it. I don't think anybody in this audience denies that. But I am also a realist and understanding from the counsel that we got from our attorney and looking at the 8 options available that we are not in a position, nor do I think it is correct for us to challenge the G38 based on the data today. And I have to agree with Chris, it would probably roll out exactly the way you said. It would probably only last a couple hours and cost us a ton of money. I am for something that has a little bit more lasting. So in lieu of that, I think we should be stepping, the recommendation idea that Mr. Brown has suggested doesn't get me where I want to be, but it starts the conversation in the right direction. And then we could add in a possibility for a dress code change and other things that we could address at a future board meeting. The only reason I'm extending an olive branch for us to start working together because this is the 4th or 5th meeting that we've talked about this and we're not getting anywhere.
Well, that's not true. I disagree with that.
Okay.
We got somewhere last meeting.
Well, that's true.
Even though it may have appeared to some people that we didn't. At our last meeting, we talked about a virtual option. And ultimately, this board did not act on that virtual option.
Fair enough.
And I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but I believe that we didn't get to a place where we thought that virtual option was the best option for students.
I would agree.
Because we know it wasn't successful last year, and we didn't see how it was going to be successful this year. So not acting on it was indeed
Yes, you're right.
making a decision. So I take.
You're right.
I disagree with you there.
Yeah.
I think in these meetings, we are doing work. We are doing the work of the board, and we are having discussions on how we can do what's best for kids.
I agree completely, and you are correct about that, Julie. Here's my thought process and entertaining the idea that Mr. Brown has suggested. I believe, especially for everybody in this room that can hear me and everybody listening online, every single one of you care so much about kids, not only your kids, but your neighbor's kids. In fact, here's my perception of how much I believe that. I currently have, for those of you who know, I have 3 kids. My youngest kid's in elementary school. Let's say my wife came and parked. She couldn't park here. She parked across the street at McDonald's. We adjourned, and all of us went out there. And you saw my child step off the curb. There is nobody in this room, I believe 100%, that would not grab that child. I'll even go a step further for my son. You guys would risk your lives for that kiddo, even though you don't know me personally. And I love that about you guys. When we can't do a mandate yet, we have to get to that level of community. And if you're willing to risk your lives for my Daniel, I don't understand why we can't put this piece of cloth on for our kids, even if you don't believe in it, for the community, for those that do. And that's where we're at. So when I have this conversation, and when we talk about this, we have to find some solutions to be marching towards some solutions. And if this is a step in the right direction, it's a little inch. And Julie makes a really good point. We have figured out, okay, this isn't what's best for kids. Maybe we can keep moving forward. We've got to figure this out and do something. And this, whether you believe it or not, this red, yellow, green is a serious issue. The numbers are in the wrong direction. We still got to do something, whether you believe in it, whether you had a healthy kid, whether you were never affected by it. It's still, we have to take care of the neighbor who is affected by it.
So I've gone back over the last several open forums we've had and listened to speakers. I have taken the emails, hundreds of emails that we've received on both sides. Teachers or principals that know me personally that have sent messages, and I have spent hours, like all of us, combing over that. So the last 2 days, rather than just making notes, I wrote them down into 3 pages because I don't want to lose any of my thoughts. They're my thoughts, and so I'm just going to read what I have prepared because I want this on the record. I do not believe legally that we can mandate masks today. There's way too much legal turmoil with way higher up elected officials, and our kids are waiting for adults to finish this fight, and the kids are losing. I do not believe by instituting a mask mandate and by Tuesday it's overturned. All we're doing is flip-flopping our kids and we're flip-flopping our teachers. That is what I'm asking. We need some finality. I'm going to repeat this again. I said this on Monday. COVID's not going away in 12 weeks. COVID's not going away by December 31st. And COVID's not going away by the end of the school year. And we need to find a way right now, I'm saying not right now, but within a reasonable time frame to get this settled so that kids can be settled in their classrooms and so that teachers can be settled in their classrooms. Anything that we approve either way has got to be a decision that is made for the long term because we have parents waiting to make decisions whether they're going to keep their kids in HEB or not. I am in favor of every parent having a choice. We have made a personal choice with my child that has nothing to do with masks, that has everything to do with mental health. That's our choice. He's my child. It's my kid. I get to make that choice, and I feel the same way about masks. I am not for a mask mandate. That's not a shock. I want kids learning, and I want teachers teaching, and I want the majority of the people to get off the road and let that happen. Because the people who can fix this gap in learning is teachers. And at the end of the day, this is coming down to a huge gap in learning for our kids. Our data clearly shows our kids are behind. If we keep things the way they were last year, they're not going to improve. We're going to go backwards tenfold. We may have had a few kids that didn't get sick, and COVID's real. I get it. People are sick, people have died. My concern at this point, no matter whose data you believe, is that the kids are behind. And if we go back to where we were the entire school year last year, our kids are going to suffer tenfold. Academically, I don't want teachers spending time on masks, on desk shields, nothing that's going to take them away from teaching. And I think if we institute a mask mandate, we're going to lose a lot of teachers. And I'm speaking.
That's enough, please.
I don't want us to lose any more good teachers. I trust our principals. I trust our teachers. I trust our janitorial staff. I trust our child nutrition staff to do the very best they can when kids are in our schools. I trust them to help us do that. We've talked about changing the plan a couple of different ways. I hear what Mr. Campos is saying. I am not in favor of changing the dress code. I think that's skirting the law. Parents on both sides have made decisions at this point based on our original return to learn plan. I find it hard to believe that anyone is completely shocked that when we got kids back in a classroom, numbers didn't go up.
I have been for many months before COVID, wanting to push to get our kids healthier. I want kids to be kids. I want them to get the social part, the emotional part, the physical part. And I was saying that before COVID. Now, I am concerned about kids getting sick, but I am more concerned about suicide, social anxiety. We have a drug and alcohol problem in Tarrant County. I have called over to the sheriff's office. There is a big fentanyl problem in Tarrant County. We have escalated mental health. Kids are going from 0 to 1,000 at a greater rate than they used to. We have more 504s than we've ever had. We have more kids getting on medication to regulate anxiety. We're having more absences. And I understand Dr. Harrington's data where he's saying that we're behind in absences. Some of that's COVID, some of that's anxiety, some of that's kids that have just gotten used to having their kids at home and just not brought them to school yet. There's more domestic abuse and there's more child abuse. So I think if we're going to talk about the metrics of 100 out of 100,000 people, that's not kids, that's 100 people of all ages, then I also want us to talk about what else is keeping kids out of school. It's not just COVID. One teacher texted me and said, "My students are being wonderful to each other and respectful." The kids don't have a problem with who's masked or who's not. I've been on 6 campuses in 2 weeks, and I've not had one principal or one teacher say that the kids are bullying each other. I am for keeping masks optional. I would not vote for a mask mandate. I agree with Mr. Brown. I think if we maybe word it different, but I also see where Ms. Cole is coming from. The wording would not change my mind. I voted in May to keep the masks on the kids the last 2.5 days of school. Not because I wanted masks on kids the last 2.5 days. I did it because I have relationships with principals and teachers that I cherish, that I have built and worked hard on. And when Mr. Cargile that night said we can't do that to the principals and the teachers with a 12-hour notice, that's why I voted the 2.5 days. I just cannot support a mask mandate. I understand the concern. I don't think it's in the best interest of our district as a whole.
Anything you want to add, Mr. Cargile?
Add a few things, is that I've probably been in the district longer than most of you have been born. And I've had my 2 shots and I got my booster, so I'm not wearing a mask because I feel safe. But what I did, I know most of the people in the district, I did my own survey. I called many principals, and I would love to give you their names, but it's not fair to them. I talked to many, many, many teachers. I have 4 grandkids in the district, and my daughter's a teacher in 2nd grade. And I asked every one of them, and this is what I said: mask, no mask, or option. That's the only thing I said. And without hesitation, every one of them said option. Now, one did add, one principal, I'd like to tell you his name because it gave me a great answer. He said there's probably more things we can do with shields and cleaning the classrooms and the door handles and what they did last year, they hadn't really continued this year. He said if we could do that, it would definitely help. But my survey, not one wanted the kids to wear masks. And as a former educator, I know how difficult it would be with masks, but I can understand if you wanted to wear a mask, especially N and R95s. So it's tough with me, having 2 daughters with 4 grandkids and a teacher all saying, "Dad, don't vote for the mask." And so I will stand with Rochelle and probably Chris and vote no mask. Hey, my grandson was home 40 days 40 days last year. And he's GT. He got so far behind, so mentally upset, depressed. Man, I can't do it. I can't vote for mask. I know how the teachers feel about their teaching. They feel better about teaching. They can teach better. They see kids. The kids receive it better. But I understand what y'all are saying. I believe in what you say, and if you want to wear a mask, I'm fine with that. I feel comfortable not wearing a mask because I've gotten 3 shots. My arm still hurts, by the way. But I feel safe myself. And, you know, of that 100, how many were unvaccinated? We don't get the details of all the data. And I keep on TV, they tell you data, but they don't tell you what medicines were they given. You know, how many survived with this medicine? Who didn't get this one? And you know, I've told so many people, if you don't like the opinion, change the channel. All you got to do is change the channel. If you don't like what you're hearing, turn it to another channel and hear what you want to hear. It's so confusing nowadays, and it's difficult for us because we're in the middle. And I think half the board's one way and half the other. I have my reasons and they have theirs, and I admire them, and I admire you and your passion. I love passion as a former educator. That's what it takes to be successful. But understand my passion. And I'm a no-masker. And I would have been last year because I saw it hurting my grandkids and other kids, not only being educated, but being depressed and not being able to play with kids and not having Halloween and not having this. It was horrible. I get it. It's a dangerous disease, and one of my grandkids may get it. But as of now, I'm a no-masker.
You want to add anything else, Julie?
My only thought process in that, Andy, Chris, and Rochelle, is not to be so rigid in your thinking. If the data continues to go in a negative direction,
I'll change.
Thank you.
If the data changes, I'll change.
Okay.
All right, thank you. We're not having a conversation here, so. Yeah, for myself, you know, it's been pointed out to me a lot of times the last couple weeks that I started wearing a mask, and that had a lot to do with the fact that I have 2 kids that are going to Bell right now, and Bell's cases started going way up. So to me, when I'm coming around and being around a bunch of people, it makes sense to me that I should wear a mask because I don't know when I've been exposed. I go out and I work in people's houses. I'm out. I'm a tradesman, you know, and part of being a tradesman is you're always looking for ways to solve problems. People present you with problems, and you figure out how to fix those problems. And to fix a lot of problems, you have to have the tools to fix the problems. So that's why I would, all things being equal, with the trouble that we're having right now and the numbers that we've been having, I'd lean towards having masks. But the legal issues can't be ignored. And I don't want to put the district in that kind of peril for no reason other than to have a mask mandate overturned. So I'm kind of in the middle because as I believe that masks would work, and I believe that masks could help, especially if they were done well, and hopefully they'd only have to be done for a short period of time until we got over this hump. You know, I'm for giving the district the tools they need to try to tackle this problem. But I also realize that, you know, whatever we do, if we were to do that, it wouldn't stand. I mean, we'd get knocked down, you know, by Monday. I mean, we'd literally be following the footsteps that Fort Worth just went down. And a lot of that has to do with the county we're in. You know, if we were in Dallas County, if we were in Harris County, if we were in Travis County, they have different district judges there. Here, every single district judge is going to vote the same way, and Fort Worth has already set that precedent for us. And that's why you don't really see any other districts in Travis County going down this road. So even though I lean towards it, and even though I lean towards it only slightly, because I don't feel like a school board, you know, I think it's kind of absurd that a school board ends up being a public health commission. It's a crazy place for us all to be put in, but we can't really feel sorry for ourselves because there's 7,000 other board members who are all in the same exact spot right now, and they're all trying to make their own decisions and trying to make up their own minds. But it's a really strange spot to be in. It's not a spot any of us ever thought we'd be in when we ran for this position. But here we are, and we have to make the best judgment, and I respect all these board members, and I respect everyone who came to speak tonight. I understand both sides, and it's, I thank y'all for expressing yourselves and letting everyone know kind of what you're thinking about it. So with that, does anyone have a motion they'd like to make?
I move the board deny the proposed temporary mask mandate.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the board to deny the temporary mask mandate. Please vote.
We'll correct it in minutes.
And that motion passes. Thank you. I will accept a motion to adjourn. Al.
Second.
Wait. You gonna make a motion?
We've got to do it when they bring the return to learn plan back. We've got to have that on the agenda. I've been asking for that on the agenda. I think we could do it targeted even. If they bring us COVID numbers.
We're adding it to the next agenda.
I don't want any of this. Will you throw this away from me? Okay.
We're talking about it right now.
I mean, if they came back and said, hey, we've got
Where's-
we're trending
where's
really
the
heavily
policeman?
in this school, this school, and this school. We could recommend, hey, we recommended in this school to prevent Tarrant County Public Health closing us down. We could do it targeted.
So we do a targeted recommendation at the next agenda.
I mean, that's what I want. Yeah, bring us the numbers. Tell us where we are. Where are we from today to next meeting? And then we can have, and that's why I say we need to continually talk about this. We could be changing. Well, we're getting a flare up over here in Hurst. Right. We don't necessarily need to recommend masks to the Euless schools.